thank you for coming for this textile talk that will be different than the others in other editions, because a lot of people couldn't come, like yesterday for the opening. A lot of artists, and we'll do this combination presential, that you are here, and a lot of artists are in some parts of the world by YouTube. In first, we must talk in English, so we don't have a translation, simultaneous translation. Of course, some it's better than others, but we try make the best. The important is really communicate. It's the principle of textile talk that you share ideas, your works, your reflections about art, textile art. I want to say thank you for yesterday. It was fantastic, of course, with these rules about COVID. And also today we must make you must take care about the rules also, but today it's maybe more easy. So as you know, we combine your interventions in some of you intervention in presential way, and combining also video intervention that some artists or other people make preparing before. It's this. We'll begin or we start textile talk of Contextile 2020. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor and a pleasure to have you here in presence. Also, an honor and a pleasure to have you online, sharing and participating on this Textile Talks edition of 2020. I would like to say that this year, in this 5th edition, as a concept based on the idea of places of memory, interdiscourse of textile territory. For us, it's all the territory. It is always a theme of work and a theme of reflection. We are in a textile territory, so we think that the artists, the teams, and all the artwork can reflect on this. We also think about space in a temporal dimension this time. And we think about the places of memory, rescuing them from the past, integrating him in the present and contaminating the future. For us, this edition was really a challenge due to the pandemic situation. But I'm very happy to say that we achieve our goal, and I must thank once again to the participating artists. Today and tomorrow we will have an healthy informal talk between the presential participations and also the artists which are with us all around the world. So I hope you enjoy these 2 days of talks, and then I will give the word to Lala Dios, who make the curatorial work for this edition of Textile Talks. Thank you.
Well, good morning again. Thank you for being here. Textile Talks, this seminar we are celebrating today and tomorrow, is an essential part of the Contextile Biennial. It allows for the discussion and exchange and sharing of ideas among the artists taking part in the exhibition, among another artists, and among interested people in the public at large. The aim of the talks, of course, is the same, is to contribute to the global conversation about textile art, or maybe shall I say textiles in art, which is not quite the same, as you know, in the frame of the Contextile Biennial objective, that is placing textiles in a context of contemporary art. The topic for this edition of Textile Talk of Contextile is textile territories as places of memory. And this topic will be addressed by the speakers today and tomorrow, addressed from very different approaches and points of view. From the most private and personal, like the body, the clothes, to the collective. From family memories to textile regions, textile practices that historically so many times have been a collective work, not only in the professional workshops of factories, but also at home or in rural areas. So, welcome again. I hope we have interesting, I'm sure we will have interesting lectures, because I know all of them, and also I hope we can have interesting discussion later. Well, thank you very much, and I think we can start with the first presentation. Yeah. So it is a pleasure and an honor to present the first speech today, which is, I welcome Janice Jeffries. Please, can you come up? Janice Jeffries is a very well-known writer and scholar. She's emeritus professor from Goldsmiths College in London. And she will talk about site, place, memory, and the biennial. Thank
you. Firstly, bon dia, bonjour, dzień dobry. Yes, so I too want to thank the amazing organizers for preparing such a difficult Biennale just because of transport, insurance, and travel. They've done an amazing job. So thank you, Joachim, and thank you, Claudia, and every volunteer. I also must thank the jury members, because it was quite a hard job doing everything by PDF and Zoom and everything available, but it was a great pleasure. Now, some of the slides do refer to work that's in the exhibition. There's no value judgment here. It's just I put a few in just to remind ourselves of where we are. I wanted to just introduce myself just quickly, because you may not know what I do. I do write. This was the first big anthology. I'm working now on a 10-volume encyclopedia of world textiles. Some of you know of it, some of you don't. If you're interested in making contributions, please see me afterwards. This is some of my own work from the Triennale in Hangzhou, just so that I do also make things, but mostly in photography. And my particular interest is in labor, politics and labor. You can probably give an idea. It's people working in rather difficult conditions in the factories in Hangzhou. So let's move on. So whilst it's impossible to draw a linear or continuous history of textile biennales, I wonder as to the value of them in relation to globalization and the cross-influences that textiles has, both on art and architecture and vice versa, as art and textile redefine their relationship to one another, which has happened a long time. So one curator, Hans Horrell, who happens to be Chinese, has been involved in the organization of some 20 to 30 biennales. They grow all the time over the last 2 decades. And he has argued primarily in exploring the dynamics of globalization, creating platforms to decentralize the Western metropolis and the centers of that art world. As part of his curatorial strategy, he has aimed to help local communities reinvent their cities. I apologize, I am a Londoner, I come from a metropolitan city. As he explains, quote, "The subject or topic of the Biennale has to help us understand and re-understand local conditions. I try to encourage artists to produce specific projects for biennales that actually talk to the condition there, and to help the public or publics, because there are different kinds of publics, look at the place where they are living and in a different way. Now, many of you know that we're in a place that has a very long tradition in textile production, both artisanal and industrial. From the manufacture of yarn and fabric, including clothing and household textiles, it is also a UNESCO World Heritage Center. And we also know that it was in 2012 that in order to perhaps emphasize the strategic, geographic, and economic position in the region, it thought its relationship to the different textile industries. So therefore, it has always been both local and international, or what was once called glocal. Many people will also be aware that there were 4 other editions and now challenges that offer exciting possibilities for this concept on places of memory. Many of you will also be aware that thematic biennales started particularly in Lausanne in 1981, and this is one of the reference books, and the longest international triennale of tapestry, as it is called, in Łódź in Poland. And in its 16th edition last year, called Breaching Borders, it attempted to stretch the definition of a medium historically, limited by past specialist rules and workshop techniques. Finally, it appeared that debates, which have raged for 50 years, many more, over terms like fabric, tapestry, textile object, sculpture, were definitely, literally swept under the carpet, literally and metaphorically. A number of complex works reference the global political culture, social tensions, and climate-related catastrophe, environmental pollution, the development of technology. In order to elucidate the work's meanings in the context of the entire exhibition, Marta Korolewska, the chief curator, divided these into thematic sections: migrations, identity, memory, soma, nature, psyche, and dialogue. And this was the Hangzhou Triennale. I'll come to it later. To return to Łódź for a moment, Breaching Borders also made the pages of what is an influential American-based magazine, Art Forum, in the summer of 2019, and in a telling review, proposing that textile, whether in fragments or in waste, can purposefully address the critical issues of our world. We wait, of course, to see the impact of COVID-19 on future work and our experiences of it, whether physically or by memory or by trauma. So places of memory, which is where we are now. Sorry, last slide from Łódź, just to give you a flavor. Me setting up an exhibition, I move on. Places of memory may seem to reference and have similar themes to Breaching Borders. In recent years, investigations of social or cultural memory have become a major field of inquiry throughout the humanities and the social sciences. So how do artists respond to memory and place? There is a small catalogue entry that I've done for this Context 2020, so I'm not going to repeat it here. But maybe I will say the last sentence. Textiles, with its histories and connotations of craft, manual labor and class, and gender divisions, has become a mirror image of certain communities in the socio-political fabric through tangible or intangible forms of heritage, war, and dislocation. On the other hand, and in conjunction with performance art and subsequently participatory, technologically based, and socially engaged art practices, textile has been at the forefront of hybrid artwork and newly visible as a particular creative discipline, one closely interwoven with the practices of architecture, industrial design, drawing, and sculpture. There has been an abundance of work that references surfaces, threads, and material qualities, and they've had just as much influence on artists' behavior as human behavior, as it has also had on material things. Specific materials explore broader stories around cultural identity, and if you are able to read the artist's statements in the catalogue, you will find many combinations of ideas in their writing. There has been a deep cooperation, not only between objects, photographs, and fragments of cloth in Contextile 2020, but between people. A dialogue and intense conversation between national and international artists, textile industry, and contemporary art. Contextile also, as in previous editions, thrives on artistic residencies and the production of site-specific artistic work, and this year is no exception. Now, textile has become that place where new negotiations are made. No longer determined or fixed, the value of textile as a primary source of knowledge, embodying a complex set of histories and practices, invite a range of speculations about their wider cultural meaning and social interpretation. Now, I want to conclude, because I want to keep the time, is at the last sentences of writing for a moment conjure up this question of place with a quote from Maurice Blanchot from Sleep Night in the Spaces of Literature. I am not dispersed, but entirely gathered together where I am, in this spot, which is my position, and where the world, because of my attachment, localizes itself. The concern with place today partly comes from discussions around issues of centrality, periphery, and difference. Where we are now is a place inhabited by a space made a place where people gather to exchange their thoughts and indeed their experiences of making in a world. Perhaps one cautionary tone. And as you exchange ideas, try to gather up fragments of conversations and thoughts that are a collage of nourishment to make tender works of repair that pay attention to our times. Materialized geographies combine with imaginary projections grounded in the human capacity to remap and transform the everyday through evocative actions and reflective conversations is where we are now. The resultant artworks, as we see here, bring us back to a heightened sense of lived experience. More than this, we find practices and processes curated and tended now by others that will live on in our memories and our imagination. I know of one very intimately over the last decade. It is called Friendly Zone, Cabbage Field, in Kaunas in Lithuania. It is an area of 13,000 square meters on the outskirts of the city. It was a military territory from mid-19th century to 1993. As soon as the last soldier left the soil of independent Lithuanian soil, the area became a no person's land, shabby, desolate, and even dangerous for people to step on. A site-specific land reclamation project involving gardening, materials, and storytelling has been led there by Vita Gielene and Ed Carroll, who live in that neighborhood. So the name Cabbage Field comes from the 3 surviving 19th century military structures that were used by troops as pickled cabbage storage units. Now, it is a parcel of land. It became a site for small-scale land reclamation, where the subject is not a developer or a public body, but rather an action of local people working from the bottom up to person up, from the settlement of other communities who also were drawn to the site to participate. So there might be a cabbage field in your community too, a parcel of land that is overlooked, dumped upon, and where non-action is a tactic of preparation for its transfer from what we live on to private benefit. So what if our land and the air we breathe could just be a site of agency of people in our respective communities to flourish? Thank you.
This presentation is I'm going to talk about the work of Spanish artist Teresa Lanceta. She does not define herself as a textile artist, but she has also, from the beginning of her practice back in the 70s, has been using textiles, especially woven textiles, as her medium. This is a portrait of Teresa. She was born in Barcelona in 1951. She studied modern and contemporary history, and she has a doctorate in art history. And she currently teaches at the Massana Design School in Barcelona. She works with textile using mostly weaving techniques, but also embroidery and stitching. Later, she added drawing, painting, writing, and video. Lanceta started weaving in the late 70s, when she was still an art history student in Barcelona. At that time, the art scene was dominated by conceptual proposals that very often contained also political denouncements in Spain. It was the end of the General Franco's government. So there was a lot of movement in the society in general, and especially in art. Many of those artistic proposals were quite interesting and powerful, but Teresa Lanceta discovered textile materials almost by chance, which led her to woven textiles, especially to popular textiles. As for textile art, those years saw the beginning of the fiber art movement. I'm talking about the end of the 70s. The beginning of the fiber art movement that was well represented in Catalonia with such artists as Grau Garriga, Aurelia Muñoz, and others. But once again, Teresa Lanceta was swimming against the tide with her love of popular flat weaves at a time where the new textile artists all over the world were making three-dimensional work and textile sculpture. Moreover, popular flat textiles were considered to belong to the field of craft. So she was a kind of outsider, both in the fine art and in the textile art fields. She often tells the story, which is a real story, that some gallery owners, art gallery owners, bought her weavings to hang them in their own homes, but they would not exhibit them in their galleries because they were woven works, not painted works, not paintings. Since the 70s, she has produced a body of work which is quite extraordinary for both its uniqueness and its consistency, as a result of her choice and her commitment to an idea. She has remained loyal to a precise technique based on the conviction that weaving is also an art form. She's especially interested in the weave itself, in its basic structure, and its soft, ductile materiality, a quality that was also vindicated by artists like Eva Hess, Joseph Beuys, and Robert Morris, to say just some of them. In Teresa's works on the weaves of the Middle Atlas, there is no appropriation. The Middle Atlas in Morocco, her main inspiration, her main interest was the study of popular flat weaves in the villages and the mountains of rural Morocco. In her works on these weaves from the Middle Atlas, there is no appropriation in the sense of imitation or reproduction, nor does she use their forms to give them another meaning in a new configuration. In her own words, she says, I decided to work with the most basic primal aspects of woven fabrics, with their ligaments, techniques, and materials, and also with their linguistic tradition. Weaving has allowed me to understand a universal code that reveals an internal law, transcending physical, temporal, and cultural borders. I was not interested in palace tapestries or lavish clothes made by obedient hands acting on the orders of others. I was interested in the woven creations of predominantly textile cultures, in which manufacture and practical usage go hand in hand. In other words, in fabrics that develop a language as a testimony of culture and art. The weaves of the Middle Atlas have ornamental structures that clearly set them apart from other textile traditions, such as repetitive, non-figurative structures, the absence of a visual center, the lack of clearly defined borders or edges, and the importance of details. The main form is the rhombus, an irregular shape that has no horizontal or vertical lines, a design that is always moving. As opposed to a square-based shapes, a rhombus has no center of frame. It's just a network of equal parts. Among the many typologies of Moroccan weavings, Teresa Lanceta has focused in the most humble and everyday textiles, such as cushions and handiras. And in this image, you can see to the left two handiras. The one to the right is the original Moroccan weaving. She bought it in a market in Marrakesh. And the one to the left is her, I wouldn't call it version, but her work about it. Handiras are lengths of woven wool that women wrap about themselves like a cape. In Morocco, Middle Atlas Mountains, Beni Warain women, Beni Warain is one of the many tribes that live in these mountains. The women inherit a textile tradition that, when mastered, allows them to make decisions that render each of their fabrics unique. There are some conventions and traditions, but the weavers are free to change things. These garments not only protect the wearer in winter, their patterns, composition, and colors identify the wearers as members of a particular social and ethnic group. Because of the composition and the colors of the stripes, everybody in the village and in the area know if the woman belongs to such and such tribe, if she's married, she's a widow, or whatever. It's a language. From a distance, a handira may seem like a monotonous succession of stripes, but a close and careful inspection reveals a geometry in constant motion because the fine, intricate patterns contain a wealth of tiny variations that create shifting points of interest. This is a work by Teresa Lanceta, again based on a handira. And here you see The fourth weaving from the left is a Moroccan weaving, traditional weaving, and then you have 5 versions, 5 works based on that. Teresa Lanceta has dedicated many years to explore the language of Moroccan popular weavings. She has had 3 main exhibitions focused on this topic, and in all of them, the original woven creations were exhibited alongside her own. She recognizes the importance of these works, and she believes very strongly that these works are as much art as their own weavings, her own weavings. As I said before, she usually it's very common in her to use like inspiration very common textiles, not the main carpets, but cushions like in this occasion. The first of these 3 main exhibitions was in 1989. It was called the Alfombra Roja, the red carpet, at the Textile Museum of Terrassa, near Barcelona. Again, Teresa's words. This exhibition was an intuitive approach to the formal concept of weaving in the Middle Atlas, to the ornamentation of objects for everyday use as a form of language. The second exhibition was held in the Centro de Arte Reina Sofía in Madrid, which is the main contemporary art museum in Spain. And it was quite unusual. I think it has never happened before, or it has never happened again, to exhibit weavings. And the exhibition contained Teresa Lanceta's weavings and Moroccan weavings, very, very beautiful, coming most of them from museums in France and in Morocco, and they were all weavings from the 50s and 40s. Again, Teresa's work. The chance to present a substantial collection of rural weaves of folk textiles in a young contemporary art museum like the Reina Sofía completely fulfilled my initial intention of contributing to a broader knowledge of this art, which up to that point had been relegated to ethnological museums. Woven textiles from the Middle and High Atlas and the Tensift Plain in Morocco would be displayed a few paces away from Picasso's Guernica. And why shouldn't they be? Actually, some of the pieces I planned to exhibit were made during the same period. And finally, the final exhibition, the third and final exhibition of the series, and the final point for her in this project, it was held in Madrid and in Bilbao in 2016 with the title Farewell to the Rambos. And with this farewell, she doesn't refer to a farewell to the shape of the rambos. She refers to farewell to a way of approaching the world, to a culture which is disappearing. It's no longer possible. It has been destroyed. It's been destroyed more by migration to other countries and cultures than by economical progress and industrialization. Those weavers, those women weavers, traveled to a new world, to new countries, and they leave behind not only their homes and their families, but also their craft, their savoir-faire, that was an essential part of their cultural identity. So they leave part of their soul behind them. Well, I should say that you can see some works, starting with this one, which are not woven. This canvas, painted canvas, and then she tried to erase most of the pigment, and then she stitches in this one also. See some details here to see the stitching. Also this one. This is woven again. And in 2017, she was selected for the Venice Biennial, and where she exhibited some of this series of works, and as is usual in her, also a Moroccan, this carpet to the right is a Moroccan weaving, Moroccan carpet. And that was the aim of this project for her. some works showing another kind of work, because at the same time, she has been working in the Moroccan project for almost 30 years, but she has been working at the same time in other topics and with other techniques, like this one. For a time, she went to abstraction, but at the end, she said, this is not for me. She calls this Guven abstraction. This one. And now I would like to talk to you about the second project, which has a strong relationship with territory also. This is a recent project. It's called The Crossing of the Ebro. Teresa Lanceta now lives in the town of Alicante, and from 2013 until now, she travels once a week to Barcelona to teach at the Massana Design School. And she stays in Barcelona for 2 or 3 days, and then she returns to her home in Alicante. She always travels by train, 5 hours to go and 5 hours to return. The train crosses over the Ebro River, the longest river in Spain, near its delta in the Mediterranean Sea. The train crosses the Ebro not far from the place where the first Republican soldiers crossed the river in the night of July 25, 1938. The Battle of the Ebro was one of the most deadly and bloody battles during the Spanish Civil War, and the defeat of the government troops marked the beginning of the end for the legal government of the Spanish Second Republic. More than 20,000 soldiers from both sides died, and there were thousands more injured and prisoners. The Crossing of the Ebro is also the title of a project that was born during Teresa Lanceta's weekly travel crossing the Ebro on the train, because her mother's family lived very near, in a village which was completely devastated during this battle, in the land known as Terra Alta, meaning highland. All the stories her aunts told her when she was a child came to her mind on the train, 1 week after another. The project crystallized in an exhibition featuring 5 textile wall hangings made in remembrance of the cloth her grandmother used to wrap the bread and take it home from the bakery. You can see the wall hangings here. And this is the original, I mean, it's not original really, but it's similar to the original cloth her grandmother used to wrap the bread. In her works, in the 5 works, there is always some red color or red line because of the blood. There were 5 textile works, 1 for each of the months that saw the battle. Plus 230 photos, all of them taken by the artist from the train. 115 taken when going to Barcelona, and another 115 taken in the return travel. The battle has lasted for 115 days. In the exhibition, there are also tools from the Spanish Civil War, like you see in the pictures, and 3 videos. As far as I know, the project has been exhibited twice, once at La Trinchera Museum at Corbera de Ebre, a village devastated in the battle, whose inhabitants were forbidden to rebuild the place and had to move somewhere else. Trinchera means trench. And the other exhibition was at the Espacio Mínimo Art Gallery in Madrid. This is from some of the video. The title of this short video makes reference to the, we say in Spanish, la leva del biberón, the levy of the baby's bottle, because in the Republican side, there were a lot of very, very young soldiers with 16 or 17 years, who had no experience at all in fighting. They were not military. They had to go. And then Corbera de Ebre. This has a beautiful song sung a cappella by a woman from the neighborhood. I will later show the link to the video if you want to see them. Because the video is, the 3 videos are 6 minutes long, so I thought it was too much. You can see some stills from the videos. You can see the trench. For 115 days, soldiers were living, fighting, and dying here. And the battle could have been much shorter, but General Franco wanted to take the occasion to completely crush the Republican army so that they will never fight again. So it was a kind of slaughter. And this is Corbera de Ebro, the village, which is like that even now. This is a very recent picture. And then the third video, it has a song which is called In Death's Reach. And the song in the video is composed and sung by a Scottish boy who lives in Alicante. You can see it's very hilly, so and here you have the link. If you want to take a picture, or you can write and ask me. Okay, and I think I finished now. Thank you very much for your attention. And before starting the session, I would like to talk about another textile event which is taking place online in the next week, in Chile. It's organized from Chile. It's a series of conversations and panel discussions about many aspects of textile art. And also there was a call for entries from videos and photos about the process of making a work of art, the process of creation. So you have here the link. If you Google Prebiennial Without online, you will find the link, and you will see the selected videos and photos, and you can listen to the conversations and the panel discussions via Zoom or via YouTube. For some of the conversations, there is a need to register, but some others are open. And in some time, everything will be open, and it can be seen in YouTube, in the YouTube channel of this organization. The organizers are the organization World Textile Art, which was founded by Colombian artist Pilar Tobón many, many years ago, and they organize biennials every 2 years. At the beginning in Latin American countries, but last year they had the first European biennial in Madrid, and next year it will be a presential biennial in Chile. But this year they wanted to keep the flame alive, so to speak. So they organized this interesting series of conversations and dialogues. So if you are interested, please take note. And now we go on with our program. In the next presentation will be we will see the video by the artist April Dauscha from the United States of America, with the title "What We Are, You Will Be. What You Are, We Once Were." The recent works of April Dauscha. Thank you.
What we are, you will be. What you are, we once were. Recent works by April Dauscha. To give my new work some context, I thought I would start this presentation with some earlier works and then speak to some of the research that influences my studio practice. My work is about my body. I explore themes of morality and separation, and am often inspired by clothing rituals, early photography, and symbolism used in the Catholic Church. This photograph is titled Communion, and it references sin, the ritual of confession and atonement. The next 3 slides are from a video series called Custody of the Tongue. Throughout the process of making this series, I was thinking about different acts of penance or punishment. Each video from this series of work highlights my mouth. It's a site of imperfection. In this first video, Consumption, I stuff my own hair into my mouth as a penitential act. While making this series, I found a biblical quote that I felt like fit the video series nicely. It says, "No one can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil and full of deadly poison. With it we bless our Lord and Father, and with it we curse men who have been made in the likeness of God. From the same mouth come both blessing and cursing." I'm using objects and materials often associated with women's work or femininity, but I swing between the delicacy of handcrafting a miniature piece of lace to the vulgarity of wrapping lace-making thread tightly around my tongue. Next, I wanted to quickly kind of cover some of the research and inspiration that I use in my studio. My background in fashion design and my love of costume history has really had a big impact on my studio practice. I became really fascinated with underpinnings like corsets and crinolines, bustles. These are items of clothing that are unseen, but they're meant to shape the body. I'm also fascinated with the ritual of dress during the Victorian era, especially morning dress. It was a custom to wear all black clothing, jewelry, and veils after one of their loved ones had passed away. This was actually a ritual made fashionable by Queen Victoria after the death of her beloved Prince Albert in 1861. With Catholicism being such a major component of my research, I ran into this wonderful image, or many images of Mary Magdalene, and immediately fell in love. Most of these show some of the most powerful examples of hair and its relevance to the act of penance and mourning. She's been depicted for centuries in Christian iconography as a penitent woman, and often her hair is shown overwhelming her entire body. In Catholicism, Mater Dolorosa means sorrowful mother and is a reference to Our Lady of Sorrows. This is a popular Catholic icon of the Virgin Mary, who's seen weeping, and her heart is pierced with 7 daggers. Each of these daggers symbolizes a narrative of loss or pain experienced throughout her life. Another source of inspiration for me has always been early photography, especially post-mortem photography of the 19th century. People would often get pictures taken of their deceased loved ones as a way to honor them. Oftentimes, these pictures would be the only pictures to exist of these people. Another big source of inspiration for this body of work is that of the bejeweled saints that were discovered in 1578 when the Roman catacombs were opened. They were highly embellished and sent to Germany, Switzerland, and Austria to replace relics that had been destroyed during the Reformation. In this photograph, Cerament, and in other photographs in this body of work, my body comes into direct contact with ancestral objects that function as relics. They are covering, wrapping, shrouding faceless forms. They become an idealized ritual enacted in anticipation of one's own death and as an interaction of the living with the deceased. Here, I take a fragment of lace from my great-grandmother's collection, encapsulate it, embellish it, and then ritualistically apply it to my own body. Matrimonial stole is a garment that I wore at my own wedding, and it was inherited from my grandmother. For me, it was a way to have her present at my wedding even after her death. The two of us sharing a rite of passage together. Again, an interaction of the living and the deceased. My piece Morning Quilt is entirely held together with pins. There's no stitching. It precariously hangs on the wall off the edges of dressmaker pins. There's a tension here with the pairing of something uncomfortable like a quilt, paired with something dangerous like pins. Not to mention the eeriness of human hair being embedded in an object of comfort. The pins surrounding the hair become a visual reference of the daggers seen in Our Lady of Sorrows iconography. My interest in postmortem photography are present in this photograph, shroud. A shroud is a cloth that typically covers the deceased, and in this case, it is my own mourning quilt. This is my great-grandmother, Mary Leona Sheridan. She passed away when I was 9 years old. She came from an Irish Catholic family. Her death was one of the first experiences that I'd had with death. And after my grandmother, her daughter, passed away, I somehow inherited a suitcase full of Mary Leona's belongings. Most of the objects that I use in this body of work belong to her. This is her first communion dress, captured in mesh to preserve and enshrine the object. In this GIF, I'm using her coming out dress, and coming out is like a woman's debut into society, usually around the age of 16, kind of like a debutante or a quinceañera in other cultures. The GIFs highlight the rites of passage in one woman's life. This is her wedding dress. It is also the same dress that I used to inspire the design of my own wedding dress. These moving images act as metaphors for corporeal weight and inescapable gravity. A time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, is a piece which uses Mary Leona's wedding shoes. It's both playful and sorrowful, kind of like an Irish wake, a celebration of life that's ultimately steeped in sadness. The frames act as thighs, and the tulle become her legs, again implying the presence of the body. This piece, titled Prostrate, shows the silk stockings lying on their side. The idea of lying down and horizontal orientation become very important visual clues that I use throughout this body of work. These are her silk stockings that I found balled up in the foot of her wedding shoes. They're lying prostrate, encased in antique veiling, embellished, and turned into an object of veneration. This piece, Mourners, uses tissues that were accumulated from a family funeral and are loosely bound together with a hairnet. These objects are lovingly encased. They are a reference to Victorian sentimentality. This was my great-grandmother's teacup that was given to me as a gift from my aunt. After several years of owning it, I accidentally knocked it off the edge of my dresser. It is now precariously collected, placed in a thin veil of hairnets, and hung from my grandmother's hat pin. This piece is about guilt, the need to repair something that is broken, an inability to care for something important, and considers trauma that is passed down from generation to generation. What we are, you will be. What you are, we once were. Thank you all so much for joining me and for listening in. You can find more of my artwork at my website listed here, or you can follow me on Instagram. Thank you so much.
It's a bit strange on my screen. It's not. All right. Anyway, that's me. I am a retired university lecturer, and I moved to Europe 5 years ago. So it's okay. Yeah, I think it's better. You can see I'm a bit nervous. Eh? So I moved to Europe 5 years ago, and you will understand at the end of this talk why I moved. But I worked with these women for 15 years. I was asked by a company to start an empowerment project for women, economical empowerment, because of the great poverty in South Africa. And this recycling waste management company approached me and asked me to start a project because they were employing the men, but they felt the women needed some independence as well. And obviously, you can understand that they also had a female CEO at the waste management company. So she realized the need for women to be empowered. And that is what this project has turned out to be. But not only that, there's a lot of other side issues that time. But I'm going to show you a very short video about a previous project we did with the ladies about the freedom in South Africa, the struggle to freedom, because of all the violence and the difficulties of the history of my country. So I will just do that. I hope that it works, because we've had, oh, the sound. There's no sound. Can I stop it, because we had sound just now? I'm taking your time now, but shall I just go without sound? It's a pity, because we tested it during the break and okay. So this is about lived and witnessed experience of the women of Itwatwa, east of Johannesburg, where I worked with them. And they've collaborated with a lot of academics across continents and across disciplines. And they did these embroideries, and then they were asked to hand it over to some digital artists, 5 young digital artists who took their embroideries and turned it into the narratives. So that song you heard is a religious song, because during apartheid people were not allowed to have mass gatherings. So they used the churches as a place of political gatherings. So a lot of the religious songs were also had political implications. As you could see, some of the words in the embroidery are based on that song. It's an English translation of the African words. So every animation artist was given one song to interpret, and had access to all the embroideries the women had done about their lives. And that project was done at the 10-year celebration of Democracy after Nelson Mandela came out of jail. And it was curated by a colleague of mine, Gwyneth Miller, and the video was made by Kai Loscott and Rebuile Matsuele, 2 animation artists. Then we go on. This image here is about the conditions that the women live in. You can see that some of the embroidery there contains the violence. During the apartheid struggle, there was a lot of violence. The bottom image here with the man with a tire around his neck, people who were regarded as traitors, collaborating with the white people in the country, were given a necklace. A necklace was a tire put around their body and they were set alight. Sorry. So you can see that the people live very closely together. And they were harassed by police. Those yellow vans are police who stopped them and asked for their passes. They had to show their identity. They were not allowed to move around free. Right, the next slide is about our project that we did with the Belgian, thank you, with the Belgian University, the Royal Academy of Antwerp, and Chris van 't Hof, he did the designs, and we worked on the disappointment after Nelson Mandela died. The government just went down, and we had 10 years of very difficult democracy, and the people were very disappointed. We were very hopeful when Mandela came out of jail, but it just went horribly wrong. President Zuma was corrupt, and he appropriated a lot of the government funds, and at the moment there are huge court cases against him. Now, this project that Chris did, he based on 2 barcodes or QR codes, Madiba and Ubuntu. You see the QR codes over there on the little image, and the top one is Madiba and the bottom one is Ubuntu. So there is a portrait of Nelson Mandela made by the embroidery group, and it was bought by the University of Michigan. State University of Michigan purchased that, and it was designed by a co-facilitator of mine, Hester Viles. So the word Madiba is the clan name of Nelson Mandela, and then the word Ubuntu means I am because of who we all are. So it is an African philosophy that is the belief that I am because of other people. And this is greatly what this project of ours has also been about. Because when I came to the people with my white face in amongst all the black people who'd suffered this tremendous hardship in the township, these people have had brutal lives. They've been exposed to femicide, female abuse, political violence, HIV/AIDS, things like that. And I came there from a privileged background, coming to teach them something. And it took me almost 2 years to win their trust. Because of all the things that had gone before, they did not trust white people. And for us as white people, it was important to work on reconciliation and give care to these people, and importance to these people and their lives. So it took quite a long time. And then I came with a mad professor who wanted to do something completely alternative. And you will see that the work that is on the exhibition at the moment is very different from the work they've done before. So it was another question of learning to trust the process of what this person wanted to teach them. And it shifted the embroidery style and increased it quite a lot as well. So these figures are toy figures. Now, toy is also known as the Madiba shuffle, because Nelson Mandela used to do this. He always used to dance like that. And the people have adopted that, and they, in protests, they toy. So it could be a protest, but it could also, it happens at funerals as well, and it happens when the people are happy. So it has a whole array of meanings, and what is interesting there is that it can become a whole different thing from where it starts in the toying. And it's quite an emotional thing, but it's also a democratic thing because there's no leader. Everybody becomes one. So it's again that thing of Ubuntu, of mass protest or standing together to get things done. And during the reign of President Zuma, there was a lot of trouble, and service was not being delivered by the government in the municipalities, and the roads were falling apart, and potholes everywhere, and security, crime has gone sky high. So the people toy to protest, and that is a portrait of, in the middle here, is a portrait of Jacob Zuma, President Jacob Zuma, and the people toying and complaining, but remembering Madiba, who was the father of our nation. Here's some more memories of Nelson Mandela. You can see the funeral memories at the top. The drawings were done by Chris, and we had to work. It was quite difficult because Chris was in Belgium, and I was in South Africa with the women. So we had to adopt a working methodology because Chris came over to South Africa and he interviewed the women and recorded everything with some research students. And then he went back and he made the drawings based on what he had heard from the women. And then we made prints of his drawings and designs, and he sent it back to me in a gutter pipe, a huge, because the embroidery is 180 centimeters square. So he had to roll it and send it to me, and I cut it up into pieces, and every woman got a little piece with some threads, and they went home and they worked from home. And then twice a week, we'd meet them and check on the embroidery. I would email or scan and send the embroideries to Chris and see if it met with his approval, because he was the art director. I was just the go-between, giving advice and helping the women. So we worked like that for 2 years on those 2 artworks. And it's just a life generally. That top corner of the QR code is about the taxis, because public transport is minimal in South Africa, so people take taxis. And the taxi industry is a huge organization, and you can see there's a crowd of people at the bottom gathering together, because it's also a place for meeting. And then those are the 2 quilts based on the QR codes. Just generally, those are the quilts or the wall hangings that are on the exhibition here, and you can see them in the international exhibition with all the different. In the bottom corner over there is a portrait of Jacob Zuma and his craziness, and the women in the group refused to embroider that block, because in African tradition you dare not criticize the king. You just don't do that. So they would not embroider that because they felt that it was a mocking of their king, even although during the interviews they complained a lot about their life conditions that they were hoping would improve. So we had to get another student who had a more blonde skin to actually embroider that block. So that is part of that work. Later on, we explained to them that we needed the block to complete the quilt, and it was accepted. Here are the ladies with all their names at the bottom, and the Belgian artists' names as well. And you can see these people have suffered incredible hardship. But wherever you go in South Africa, people are smiling and laughing. There's terrible crime, and yet when you're on the streets, you couldn't imagine it, because the people are just so friendly. These people have had really hard lives. Unfortunately, oops, sorry, I have to go back. Lindiwe, who's sitting with me there in the last slide there, she had COVID, but she's recovered. But over here, this mama here, Clarence passed away, and so did her husband from COVID 2 weeks ago. So the group are in an absolute state because Clarence was like their queen. She was a strong leader and a very honest woman, and always polite, amazing woman. So they've been through another shock. And that is why they were so excited also to hear about the Biennale, because it's lifted them up again. Now, we have a cultural custom of storytelling and, of course, embroidery as well. And so the undervalued craft of embroidery has helped these women to tell their stories and empowered them and given them an authentic voice. And if you see here this square box, there are no facilities, or there's no money, so people use old shipping crates as concert halls. And they also use them for schools. And in that shipping crate is a traditional pop star wearing traditional clothing but playing an electric guitar. Those are the contrasts that you find in South Africa. On the side panels, you see Bishop Desmond Tutu, who's an amazing man. And on the other side is Nelson Mandela casting his first vote. These images were taken from a previous work that we'd done and reorganized by Chris and put into perspective so that they could flank the celebratory moment of that guitar player. Now, the women make commercial objects as well to sell, bags, and mostly for the tourist industry. And unfortunately now, there are no tourists because AIDS is at its high point in South Africa at the moment. And a wonderful thing happened. Years ago, a woman from Chile came to visit who has started in the meantime an embroidery project. And she did a raffle online and managed to raise funds out of embroidery and sent the money to these people. So that is what sewing can do for you. Then on a personal note, at the end of this project, Chris and I got married. Because we'd worked together so well on the project, we decided that, and we're not young, so we decided we can't play around, we'll just do it. So we'd actually seen each other 3 times. And we decided to get married because he came twice to South Africa. The university asked him to come back to lecture some more, and then our relationship started. And then we were on Skype a lot, and we got to know each other on Skype, so it's a very modern relationship. Now, the people do these commercial products, and they made this one especially for Portugal. And underneath somebody's chair is a green cloth like this. Please look to see whether it's under your chair. Okay, this bag is for you. With lots of Ubuntu from Nomsandale. You always find the name of the embroiderer on the back. So there you are. Thank you very much. And we are privileged to be here.
Thank you very much, Celia. It has been a very moving presentation. I'm sorry if it was a little bit strong for you sometimes. Now we are going to to see another presentation sent from Chile by Daniela Contreras Flores. And she, unfortunately, she couldn't send her work for the exhibition because the work she's going to talk about was selected for the exhibition, but she couldn't send it. And the title of the presentation is History and Process, Record of a Trip, Ahuasca Inte.
Hubo un tiempo donde no existían fronteras en América Latina. Hubo un tiempo donde los pueblos originarios habitaban esta pacha con su propia filosofía. Hubo un tiempo donde los textiles fueron el medio de comunicación. En ellos se plasmó la cosmovisión y la sabiduría de su entorno. Hubo un tiempo donde todo fue sagrado. ¿Se puede volver a ese tiempo? ¿Existe la posibilidad de retornar? ¿Se puede amar tanto algo que no se tuvo, pero que aún así está en tu sangre? La llegada de los españoles no significó la muerte de miles de indígenas, la violación de mujeres, la aparición de nuevas enfermedades, el saqueo de las tierras, el silenciamiento de nuestra cultura para imponernos una nueva con sangre. La llegada de los españoles no significó ser parias de nuestra propia tierra, pensando que lo mestizo y lo indígena carece de belleza, pensando que aquí la vida era salvaje, pensando que no teníamos cultura, pensando que acá no había arte, pensándonos siempre como inferiores frente a ese otro mundo que nos trajo todo lo que no teníamos y nos quitó gran parte de lo que éramos. Decía Pablo Neruda, se llevaron el oro y nos trajeron el oro, haciendo referencia a que los españoles se llevaron el metal, pero nos trajeron la lengua y las palabras que hablamos hoy. Pero, ¿de verdad el castellano es oro cuando acá existían cientos de lenguas? Lenguas que no tenían género, lenguas inclusivas, lenguas que tenían palabras para expresar la esencia de habitar este lado del mundo. ¿Es que acaso existe mejor lengua que la materna? No lo creo. ¿Y por qué necesitaría palabras escritas si existen textiles capaces de narrar toda la cultura? ¿Por qué, si estos pueden hablar de los ciclos del cielo, las formas de cultivo, los dioses, contabilizar tierras, personas, comidas, para qué las palabras escritas? ¿Puedes siquiera imaginar ese mundo? Hay tanta ignorancia en esa frase de Neruda como ignorancia nos trajo la conquista. Se robaron el oro y nos trajeron miseria. Miseria que ha hecho que 500 años de ese fatídico acontecimiento sigamos siendo prisioneros, esclavos con nuestros ojos colonizados. Esta idea de descolonizarnos no siempre fue clara en mí, aún es abstracta, pero el tiempo la ha provisto de forma y ahora tiene un cuerpo incipiente, un cuerpo que no he podido calzar con el lugar donde vivo. Santiago de Chile, una ciudad con más de 7 millones de habitantes, la más grande de mi país. Acá no hay vestigios latentes de ese pasado. Esas culturas no se palpan en las calles de cemento. Pero si yo hubiera nacido 500 años atrás, quizás hubiera sido inca o mapuche, porque esas fueron algunas de las culturas que tuvieron lugar en este valle, que ahora es pura contaminación, estrés, abuso político, represión. Perdón si no estoy siendo amable con mi país, pero la única arma que cargo es esta, es la de ser artista, y solo puedo decir por este medio la verdad que habita en mí. ¿Cómo puedes sentirte latinoamericano si tu entorno reniega de toda esencia del pasado? ¿Cómo, dentro de esta realidad neoliberal, capitalista y patriarcal? ¿Cómo? En Chile, cada día quedan menos personas pertenecientes a los pueblos originarios. Los mapuches son los que en mayor número han logrado resistir. Siglos y siglos de enfrentamiento, primero entre españoles y luego entre chilenos. Pero hoy, más que nunca están siendo violentados. Los herederos de la tierra del sur de Latinoamérica ya no tienen tierra. Se las han robado para ser vendidas a inversionistas nacionales y extranjeros. Machi Celestino Córdoba, líder espiritual mapuche, ha usado estas palabras que creo son las más adecuadas para referirme a este tema. El Estado de Chile ha masacrado a los antepasados, ha generado el empobrecimiento espiritual, cultural y socioeconómico de la nación mapuche. Chile está matando y llevando a la cárcel a los herederos de la tierra. ¿Habrá justicia? ¿Existe justicia? ¿Cuál es su rostro? ¿Cómo ser chileno y entender la cultura ancestral? ¿Se puede? El 2017 viajé por primera vez a Perú y Bolivia. Ahí pude ver y palpar cómo ese pasado, esa filosofía andina, aún habita el espacio. Fueron 2 meses de viaje, durante los cuales fui fotografiando análogamente los paisajes y la gente. Entre guías turísticos, conversaciones con artesanos y personas del campo, visitas de museo y mercados de comida, fui descubriendo una historia que no sabía. Era la historia de los antiguos del cordón andino. Esa historia que también pertenece a Chile, aunque no se sienta en la capital. Es la historia de hace miles de años, porque en aquellos tiempos, donde no habían fronteras, los pueblos originarios se extendieron sin distinciones entre lo que hoy es Perú, Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, Argentina y Chile. En esa zona habitaron diversas culturas que compartieron formas de ver la vida, que compartieron lenguas, que compartieron tierra y que compartieron el lenguaje textil. Cuenta una de las tantas leyendas de esa zona que el dios Inti, dios Sol, y Mamaquilla, diosa Luna, enviaron a sus hijos, Manco Cápac y Mama Oclo, para fundar el Incario. Fue así como estos 2 seres nacieron en el lago Titicaca, actual Bolivia, y comenzaron su recorrido hasta llegar a las alturas de Machu Picchu para luego extenderse, incluso hasta llegar a Santiago de Chile. Cuando volví del viaje me di cuenta que esa leyenda estaba en mis fotos, solo que yo había hecho el camino al revés, desde Machu Picchu hasta el Titicaca. Así nace Registro de un viaje, Ahuasca Inti. Ahuasca, que significa telar, e Inti, que significa sol. Ambas palabras provienen del quechua, lengua viva que se ha utilizado desde antes del periodo inca y que hasta hoy sigue siendo utilizado por los habitantes del cordón andino. Esta obra textil hace referencia al deseo de seguir mostrando el lenguaje originario, que es parte de nuestro patrimonio cultural ancestral. Para esto he representado 5 elementos que, en mi opinión, son indispensables para comprender la esencia de esta cosmovisión. Por un lado, lo sagrado, representado por medio de una mesa ritual que se encuentra en la Isla del Sol en pleno Titicaca. La cosmogonía, representado por el portal entre la Tierra y el Sol que está en las ruinas del Valle Sagrado en Perú. Las mujeres, portadoras del conocimiento textil, quienes han llevado en sus manos durante siglos la memoria de los símbolos de su filosofía, para seguir narrando historias del pasado y del presente. Y para finalizar, la tierra y el cielo, que juntos conforman la Pacha, que es todo aquello que podemos percibir en el plano material y espiritual, y que nos muestran que el espacio y el tiempo son indivisibles. Cada uno de los 5 telares que forman parte de esta obra contienen estos símbolos tejidos en técnica de tapicería. Cuando aprendí esta técnica textil en la universidad, todos mis referentes fueron europeos. Durante ese tiempo pensé que esta técnica era exclusiva de ese lado del mundo. Me sorprendí con la historia de la tapicería medieval, con las representaciones religiosas y profanas, con la delicadeza de los detalles, con la obsesión por la reproducción de imagen. Y sin nunca haber visto uno de estos tapices en vivo, Percibí su belleza con la nostalgia de no tener eso en mi cultura. Con el paso del tiempo, comencé a ver que hace cientos de años atrás, acá también se tejía tapicería. No con el imaginario europeo, obviamente, sino con el propio, uno que no estaba obsesionado con la mimesis, sino con la filosofía de su cultura. Uno que mediante la abstracción encontró un portal para manifestarse, como lo hicieron los artistas de las vanguardias, solo que cientos de años antes. Esta obra es un cruce significativo y genuino entre mi educación universitaria academicista y eurocentrista, y a su vez un deseo fulminante de entender las raíces de mi territorio, para poder responder en esencia a la pregunta: ¿qué somos en Abya Yala?
Well, another moving presentation. And now we will see the presentation by Dominika Krogulska-Kalska from Poland. Very different topic. Woven matter of belonging, textile mark, and artist identity.
Good morning. My name is Dominika Krogulska-Czekalska. I'm Doctor of Arts, and I'm both textile artist and designer, and textile design lecturer at the Strzemiński Academy of Arts in Łódź, at Decorative Textile Studio, where I explore the secrets and possibilities of jacquard structures, involving my students in inquiries and search for unconventional ways of application of this traditional and noble technology that is useful and sensual. My permanent reflection on the right way of creating new artifacts results in increased attention I pay to commenting on the surrounding reality and in my critical attitude, both as artist and designer. I am most willing to explore the field between disciplines, preferably critical but restorative in approach. I understand being part of an academy as an obligation to implement humanistic ideas, which is to accompany all my activities. Therefore, I wanted to create works that would not only provoke reflection or discussion about the form or the means used, but would transfer it to the level of ideas that I would like to talk about. The debate that I want to trigger would also concern the field of design itself, in my case, fabrics, its goals and mission. The mission that I have chosen for myself is to draw attention to moral and social problems through a medium which, due to its closeness to people, usefulness and location both in everyday life and spirituality, will become an effective carrier of the message I send. So-called engaged fabric with a humanistic approach in its visual narrative must resist the temptation to enslave with form and aesthetics, which should not dominate the message. Working on such a message is usually a long-term meditation and constant confronting with your inner self. The chosen technique determines a slow process. There is time for reflection and decisions. Technique conforms the narrative. I understand criticism as a commentary and self-reflection. In the picture, you can see my textile collection, which was followed by my thesis on the topic of textile as a medium of critical statement. If we imagine a situation in which everyone's demands are taken into account, I mean the multiplication of bands, it turns out that we are dealing with an absurd situation. This is the situation I'm trying to materialize and visualize through the first fabric, You Will Not Be. Let us also imagine a situation in which the same postulates are formulated in a different form, known from road law, in the form of warnings. Still, the situation can be worrying. Fabric, be careful. If to complete the collection we add the most common and most widely postulated commands in our culture, we are dealing with a complicated image, which I believe requires cleansing and ordering. Fabric, you will be. Therefore, I propose the following solution. Meditation as a synthesis in which all prohibitions disappear with a significant color. There are no orders or warnings. I do not suggest anarchy, but only the possibility of rethinking, which is to create a chance to reformulate the thesis, a chance to capture in words for one's own use the norm that organizes life, fabric, irrelevant. Imagine there's no after John Lennon. The collection of vertical signs is supplemented by 4 secular prayer rugs related to 4 corners of the world and 4 trends related to the structure of goals and worldview: profane East, profane South, profane West, and profane North, all rugs. I choose the artistic means of building the narrative by analyzing the cultural competences of the average recipient. My goal is to reach with the message the widest possible audience. I hope that I can intrigue viewers, invite them to the world of my thoughts and messages, provoke them to contemplation or even meditation, and as the consequence, provoke change in thinking or even change in behavior. The primary impetus for designing my work was freedom. The message contained in the work concerns the medium of utility fabric burdened with a question mark, but also comments on the reality, plays a distracting role, but is supposed to sharpen alert awareness, lead to reflection, and refresh the view of the world. In the next series, presented examples of the textiles were woven on a manually operated old jacquard loom, both a reminder and a remainder of the great textile industry which collapsed decades ago. The process of creating jacquard punched cards takes much time, so one has to be responsible and reasonable while making a decision about the height of the repeated pattern. The pattern in this textiles is just one row of rectangular shapes that form a regular grid when multiplied. LDZ, Lord's Woven City. The triptych is a tribute to the city where I have lived all my life. It was founded on the basis of developing textile industry, so the factory symbolizes its historical roots. The textile triptych was woven on a manually operated old jacquard loom, dating back to the great days of the local textile industry, now mostly extinct. The linen yarn applied in the warp and wefts is a noble material traditionally used in Polish textile manufacturing in the past, since flax was widely cultivated in Poland. One of the linen threads used in the weft consists of harl splinters. The Polish for harl is paździerz. The word hard to pronounce by foreigners and moreover used by Poles themselves as a self-critical emblem of our national feature. The double structure of the cloth made it possible to create a kind of grid on which the message was cut out in the form of pictogram. LDZ is the short for lots commonly used in visual communication. The past meets the present on many levels: visual, material, and semantic. The 3-part composition also refers to the past and tradition. One part is untouched by cutting interversion, the second one is the main image, signed on the 3rd part. It's not easy being green in the city. The textile woven on a manually operated old jacquard loom, and again the double structure of the cloth allows to create a kind of grid on which it is possible to cut out the pictogram, the message. The cutouts form the word green, which is repeated in the mixed colors plus white, an artificial man-made color basis used for printing all other colors by mixing cyan, yellow, magenta, and black on the white background. The only green yarn is woven into the background of the piece laying on the ground, and is overwhelmed by the grayness of the concrete of the city jungle. You are not allowed to forbid. The color codes of prohibition signs are related to the code that identifies the country that I live in, especially as a result of current changes. There are more and more bans in Poland. White and red is a set that rarely appears in the inhabited space, interiors, so when proposing such a set, I refer to a different than purely aesthetic order. My signs are personal, but they operate in a conventional system and can be universal, and I understand universality as the potentiality contained in them. I do not dare to forbid, and by juxtaposing a symbolic representation with an existing sign, I want to show the situation I observe. I do not have the power to remove the bounds, but I cross them out in my work, suggesting such a possibility, an experiment. The search for personal freedom takes place in the world of visual messages that I materialize in the form of soft fabrics, blankets, carpets, textiles. The Polish language does not provide an English equivalent of the term comfort cloth, but what is missing in the language exists in the real world. Creating a pattern soft object, I want to cover and wrap my message around. Once again, I'm trying to make usable fabric more customizable to confront values with things. I'm a woman, but it's not my fault. Femininity suits me. I'm Polish, but it's not my fault. The nature within Poland moves me and gives me respite. Being in the world, borrowed from Heidegger, illustrates my basic concern, both as human being and artist. To communicate with the world, I use narrative and typotextiles. I follow the path where I come across signs, standards, rules, and regulations. I doubt, question, and propose my own. I'm a human being. I'm asking and looking for answers. I take the floor designing and creating. Thank you for your attention.
Georgia Volpe from Canada.
Hello, everybody. I hope you are well. I'm Georgia Volpe from São Paulo and Quebec City. Actually, I live 20 years in Canada, in Quebec City, and I work here in my studio behind. First of all, I want to thank you, Contextile, and all the curators for inviting me to this exhibition, international exhibition, and for the second time. Unfortunately, because of the circumstance, I cannot be with you in presence. I try to share with you some notion of my work, as well as several images of different projects. So let's start. So my practice reflects a path driven by a desire to establish a multiple, open, and diverse relationship between the artist and the society, between art and life. They are nourished by actions, stories, and objects that coming from the daily life. Through my work, I studied the relationship between the body and its environment by exploring transitions ideas, notable between the inside and the outside, the intimate and the public, the imaginary and the real. My path in public space is punctuated by a set of performative and collaborative interventions. It's the result from a reflection of my experience of the community and a recognition of the codes and the languages of the places of intervention. Each one of my projects in its way develops an experiential approach through manual skills, actions, and situations. I see each of my works as an organic element that invites passersby to rediscover the relationship they have with their environment. The action paid to the environment and the interrelationship that play out in it lead me to explore patterns, textures, and assemblages that reflect the multiple network that we collective wave. My projects revolve around the concept of interconnection, fluidity, and mobility. They are often inspired by textile, fractal, rhizomatic structure that act as interlacing that arising from the relationship between nature and culture. They allow me to reflect on the notion of the territory, identity, adaptability, diversity, crossbreeding, and social and cultural geographies. I am interested by in sensory and imagery places of passage that reveal different forms of living and cartographies. My work involves local communities and their vision of territory. Open to the transmission, they often integrate material and symbolic manipulation in the process of accumulation of gesture. My project offers the participant the opportunity to reflect on their vision of original, socio-cultural, and human geographies based on the solidarity. Now, I would like to share with you some image of different projects. This project called The Fall, and it's all made with no biodegradable plastic bags. It was suspended in viaduct of the Quebec City, and the dimension is 5 meters by 15 meters. So all plastic cut and singing together. This is the wind through the work. So the wind do several shapes on the air. Times given is an installation in a specific site, all made in involve the performance, collaborative, participative work. It was made in the Granby city in the province of Quebec, in the old Farmer Sanctuary School of Girls. So this project recycled the nylon from the local industry and invited the student and the sister to embroidering the piece. And at the end, the piece, the curtain is hanging in the facade of the building. This building don't exist no more. Les jours s'en vont, je demeure is a poem from Apollinaire, all made with sheet and plaster hand. The plus cut paper, 5 meters by 3 meters. This one is a work in progress that during maybe 80 years and involved collect VHS, and audio tapes from different people. And I recycle in the performance, so I replay this piece before broken the audio tapes. Project all made with branches and recycled garment from this store, fashion store. So 3 tops. I collaborate with biologists and fishermen, real fishermen. The last fish they do, it was like a homage about this last fish, because the eel disappear of the river. So in background is the St. Lawrence River. So this the way of this fisherman fishing. So all tale of the different species of this river. C'est la coulée douce, an installation with a performative intervention in the forest, maple forest. All this material comes from also tubulation, recycled tubulation to the maple syrup, to collect the maple syrup. So I recuperate this material they use to produce the maple syrup, and I play with the ideas of mixing, métissage, and migratory passage. Took 4 years and placed in different environment around Quebec City and also in United States and Philadelphia. So it's a work also with publicitary and political banners woven together. The second presentation, the same boats with the lights lead, and here in the Philadelphia port with the background of the old boats and navire in this port. So work in progress, unfolding with braided plastic also and duct tapes. And the last Contextile in the Palacio das Flores with Cadence. They set up this work very well on the space. So now I want only show 3 last works, several images with 3 projects I did with collaboration and participation. This is a meeting point, a work in progress that took around 8 years, traveling around Quebec, and the people sometimes help to transport them because they become very big. The people can bring the plastic to braid together on the appropriate however they want. In the Musée de Beaux-Arts de Québec, so with also an integration in architecture. This is Hecho verso of the work. Some more intervention in the public space. So it's like a territory woven with the people and the passing by participation and also the different community that make all several things to appropriate of this public space, create imaginary public space. So this is in the night. The second project I want to show you is the grand manufactory, and the project involves also sound and the participation of the public. So here's some image. This is a woven collective, and the all space is a big place in public space in Quebec. So it's all the work invited all the space, and the public coming and chew around and choose each one the table they want to invest in their time. So also they collaborate to weaving together and make the dream and captures and collaborate to build the manufacturing life. The last one is a territory textile made with the farmers, women that used to work with hand crafts. So it's the first time for them to collaborate with contemporary arts. They invited me to create a piece and put their savoir-faire in collaboration. So this is the beginning of the project. I proposed them to choose really important places to have fun, to have in their history, in their territory. And so they choose the river, San Charles River, in the neighborhood. So it's the center of the work. It's the line that link all piece we do. So I proposed them to transpose the map in this square and translate things we found in this environment, like the farmers, the rivers, the house, the street, and transpose in the piece of the textile, recycled textile. So here is in a little how the hands work, and the streets, the river. So I show them different way to transform the textile in the volume. And they also show me different shapes and different almost for me, the more important in this project is for me, they show with very proud for them what is important for them in their territory. So we learn about a lot about memories and exchange and the traditional and all these elements compose with this work. So at the end, here is the piece. We took 5 months to produce, and now is installed in the library, Félix Leclerc Library. So it's a permanent work in this building. It's all for today. I thank you so much, the whole team from Contextile, to keep going this extraordinary biennial. I thank you for your attention. So I share with you my website and my Instagram address, and I hope hear from you one day. So take care. Oh, thank you. Bye.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking everyone involved in the Contextile Biennial or Biennial. I would also thank the Contextile team for allowing me to participate in the textile talks once again. I'm very glad to be here. I am very nervous as well, but I think that's okay. And I will tell you a bit about my PhD project, specifically one part of this project that is about the post-industrial paradigm and how the post-industrial paradigm has given rise to a specific type of biennial and exhibition. Sorry, I keep saying biennial. That's okay too. It's biennial. So the first part of my presentation, I will address post-industrial heritage as a context for craft revival. And in the second part, I will focus on the Contextile Biennial as a case study in my PhD project, in this context of an exhibition that directly interacts with local contexts, communities, and memories related to specific histories of making. So, between the 18th and 20th centuries, we witnessed the period of industrialization, specifically in Western countries. And this includes the Industrial Revolution between around 1750 and 1850. During this period, several handmade practices were industrialized, practices that already existed in specific regions of the world. Most of them were industrialized. In about this period, craft historian Glenn Adamson talks about the fact that our current perception of craft emerged in this period of the Industrial Revolution. By then, craft started being conceived as the opposite of industry. That is the conception that somehow still lasts today in our ideas, in our common ideas. This period of industrialism was followed by post-industrialism, which reached the developed countries from 1970 to 1990. And this period had a great impact on areas which had a strong industrial activity. There was a need to revitalization for urban regeneration, and therefore we arrive at where we are today, at the post-industrial paradigm. So in these urban regeneration initiatives that try to give a new role to the cities, especially the post-industrial cities that lose their function as industrial spaces, lots of abandoned factories and other buildings, we include, or I am including, the emergence of the biennial. In fact, several authors talk about biennialization and the biennial phenomenon as a reflection in itself of the post-industrial paradigm, of the need to revitalize cities through culture industries. So throughout these periods, craft becomes connoted with notions of place, of memory, of heritage, of trauma, of skill, and even relational practice. So what I'm arguing here is that the post-industrial paradigm has given rise to a specific typology of biennial, which I call the material-based post-industrial biennial, a very short and simple name, as you can see. And here you can see my research questions that are guiding me and that I will somehow try to address very briefly in this talk. So I'm using Contextile as a case study, one of my case studies, and I'm asking, how does this particular type of biennial engage with places, venues, communities, and memories linked to specific heritages of craft? How does it negotiate the art canons, the canons of art, such as the divide between craft and art and industry, or the traditional definition of craft as a set of disciplines? How does it challenge or reiterate the conventional roles of artist, curator, and public? How does it reflect the voices of local communities? And ultimately, this is perhaps the ultimate question for me, how craft is defined? How is craft defined through this particular type of exhibition? So in terms of place and looking specifically to the Contextile Biennial, the biennial emerged in the context of Guimarães' nomination as European Capital of Culture in 2012. And in itself, this program of the European Capitals of Culture is a European Union program, you must know it, which is in itself based on initiatives of urban regeneration, of strengthening local communities, of cultural tourism, and ideas of shared history and heritage amongst European countries. So actually, this program of Guimarães European Capital of Culture was inserted in these initiatives of urban regeneration. It was very important, and perhaps it still is, to reimagine the city by reimagining textiles, to reaffirm the place of textile in the Portuguese industry and at an international level. In terms of space, Contextile works across 3 different types of space: living sites, production sites, and exhibition sites. So living sites include the cities themselves, the surrounding regions, and also public spaces like squares or public washing tanks or gardens. Production sites or making sites include factories, companies, workshops, places where things are made and produced. In terms of exhibition sites, of course, they include museums and galleries and cultural spaces. So what happens with Contextile is that it juxtaposes these different kinds of sites. And in fact, the post-industrial city is already a palimpsest, a juxtaposition of sites. So by using a public space as an exhibition space to make an intervention, we are mixing different types of sites. In terms of community, I will try to show you, if I have time, that several Contextile projects work in partnership with local organizations and often involve the specific communities related to these organizations, such as factories, for instance. In terms of memory, you can see on the right side of the slide a quote by Adelina Pinto, Councillor for Education and Culture for the City Council of Guimarães. And here she explains that very beautifully, that textiles have shaped the city of Guimarães. They have shaped the city, the surrounding region, and its people. So oftentimes, Contextile's projects, their exhibitions, there are several projects, have acknowledged textiles as a source of trauma, but also as a source of healing, I believe. So now I will talk about 3 types of contextile projects, the first of which are public arts interventions, which use living sites as exhibition sites. So these are interventions where works are made by broader audiences in the public space and exhibited in the public space as well. So not so much directed to specific communities, but broader audiences that are involved in the making of a collective piece of textile art. Unlike other textile projects, they are not led by artists, but are usually mediated by the Contextile team. They incorporate the textile medium in contemporary practices, such as performance, installation, socially engaged art, and even craftivism. And they use traditional textile techniques in contexts that challenge historical assumptions about craft, such as the association between craft and femininity and the domestic space. In the end, and I am concerned about how craft becomes displayed and defined through the exhibition, I would say that these projects display craft as key in the city's economy and social life, and as a vehicle to communicate. Artistic residencies are the second type of project. They work across production and exhibition sites. So usually the artists come here to work, usually in a factory or in a company or in a workshop. They they involve the workers in the making of a piece, textile workers, artisans, etc. So contemporary approaches are crossed with the traditional techniques. So in artisanal and industrial practices become mingled. There is no distinction between them. These communities often end up being engaged not only in the making process, but also in the theme. So often their memories, their ideas become inserted in the project in itself. What I found that is also interesting is that by inserting, is that it is the artist status that allows their voices to become included in the work and in the exhibition. So it is interesting to see this idea of legitimization of through the artist's status and through the exhibition itself. So here we see craft displayed as a practice that crosses all kinds of boundaries, disciplinary boundaries, cultural boundaries. They intersect personal and collective memories, sometimes the memories of the artists and the people themselves that are participating in the project, and also, again, as part of the city's heritage. Last type of projects, which are also artistic residencies, but they are from a particular partnership, which is also a program co-funded by Creative Europe, which is Magic Carpets. Magic Carpets residencies, in particular, are usually about socially engaged projects, intercultural dialogues, intergenerational dialogues, and usually artists engaged with the local communities where they go. So what has often happened with the Magic Carpets residencies in Contextile, is that the artists end up exploring alternative readings about the region of Val do Ave in Guimarães, the textile medium, and the textile heritage. These projects often take the form of collaborative research projects that foster the sharing of knowledge and experiences between artists and participants. And in the end, I believe that craft becomes displayed as a political and interdisciplinary tool which enables a reflection about social issues. So to conclude, I tried to tell you a bit about the emergence of material-based post-industrial biennials in response to the post-industrial paradigm. I focused on Contextile as a case study which emphasizes the textile medium, but at the same time, it highlights the interdisciplinarity of craft and its dialogues with industry and art. I try to show you a sufficiently wide range of formats, of exhibition formats, which often engage people, places, communities, and memories linked to local textile heritage. I try to show the unconventional relations that some contextile projects are able to achieve between artists, curators, and audiences, and the idea of legitimization of invisible voices or people through the artist's status and the exhibition medium. And finally, I believe that contextile projects display craft as a vehicle for healing, for reintegrating heritage practices, sites, communities, and narratives in the contemporary urban life. So this is the bibliography. And thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Boa tarde. I will start my presentation. I would like to share about few things which are important for me and for my art. And behind me, there will be a slideshow showing works, my works. And maybe I will start. And this, of course, is much more than I could bring here and show in my exhibition. So, as Lala already said, since more 20 years now, I am working with paper. I learned handmade paper during my studies at the Strzemiński Academy of Fine Arts in Łódź. In my professional life, I have a luck to combine my own interest also with my work. After graduation in 2002, I was employed as an assistant at the paper studio in my alma mater. I am working there now as a professor. The work that I have chosen for the exhibition links different narratives across time and space. The artworks were crystallized through my own experience. We can have different experiences, but we share the same feelings, and I'm searching for a universal language to tell about these feelings. This universal language is the language of matter, its structure and texture. Material is my means of expression. I search for different adequate forms of representation, means of artistic expression, including technique, although I work within the range of the same medium, handmade paper. Through the years, I learned to consciously handle the paper matter and master it. In various periods in my artistic work, I applied different strategies to enrich the language of my artistic expression, to find new possibility of the medium and ways of development. Although making sheets of handmade paper on the basic level is very simple, there are no simple answers, and the work required sometimes own invention and a lot of tests to obtain what we want to say. Creating for me is a mystery, but it also contains a surrogate of the answer about the meaning of existence. When it changes into a compulsion, it gives the feeling of unity in return, a unity which is not substantial, but at least intentional. This feeling of unity has much in common with the very act of creation, which for me begins with choosing appropriate fibers, exploring their possibilities and limits, looking for a way to use the material to the full, experimenting up to the point when the material becomes obedient and yields to my intentions. At this stage, practical skills are useful, yet creating handmade paper is not my goal, but only means by which an end is achieved. The long-lasting process of constructing subsequent object resembles meditation. The concentrated, subdued movement of the hands contribute to that. The process is long-lasting, but necessary. Along with it, I create an order within myself so as to incorporate some of that order in the work. I like to think that the cosmos is orderly, and we are a part of it. We are an element of the cosmos, an element as understood in Greek philosophy, a chemical element, a force of nature, the basic component. The cosmos begot us and is in us. The limits of the cosmos run within ourselves. Basic particles of chemical elements and even the lighter elements which construct the human body came into being in the very first minute after the Big Bang. Most probably, the synthesis took place inside some gigantic star, thus continuing the process of creation of the face of the world which we know. This knowledge fills me with inexplicable optimism. It is a guarantee of meaning, as even that ensures participation in the cosmic structure. The meaning does not necessarily imply understanding. It might be a matter of faith, but even faith requires justification. As confirmed by science, the material which composes me links me with the universe. I am connected with its beginnings. I was born of its law, I have involved, and the creation of the universe is my root cause. Without this source, my life, at least in the basic dimension, lacks justification. But I'm not free from dilemma. Perhaps it is a coincidence, and I am merely byproduct of necessity resulting from hidden parameters enforcing the absolute imperative of the history of the universe and the history of humankind. I depend on it to no lesser extent, on the history of humankind, its culture and civilization. They determine my life as strongly as the law of physics. The history of mankind has its source in the history of the universe, whose fate is inscribed in the history of humanity. Yet absorbing one's own culture is a process which shapes personality. It is accompanied by the ability to think about the world and one's own existence, to make choices and to search for meaning. This meaning is discovered through philosophical reflection or religion, as perhaps the universe is only an incident in the true existence. The existence of the universe and the existence of human beings are connected, but only the latter have a possibility to choose. They are not only actors, but also co-authors of the meaning. Nature realizes what has been imposed on it. At that point, I am less interested in the final explanation as to how I came to the earth than in the question about the meaning, about what for and why. I look for the answer in myself. Creating any... The important role in my art plays the structure and texture. Creating any orderly structure requires limitation. The more limitation, the more perfect the structure. The quantity of information it includes is the indicator of perfection. And so it is most important for me to define and abstract the most significant qualities of created objects, such as the texture, structure, shape, and color from the knowledge I possess. I have to stop for a moment. So I'm sorry, because to create the series of objects that compose the series that I call Beyond the Horizon, I started to construct the form from its middle, and I was in the center. Adding new fragments, I moved spiral towards its edges. I arranged or place fragments prepared beforehand. I'm sorry, I want to stop this, but I don't know how. Yeah, and there is no pause. Yeah, if you want. Yeah, I will stop again. So I basically wanted to say something more. It's running. There is no more. Okay, never mind. I wanted to say something more about the objects that I have chosen for the exhibition, and that's why I wanted to stop a little bit. In the exhibition, you had the opportunity to see two of the works from the series Beyond the Horizon. And for those series, I invent my own way of constructing the forms, and I started creating in the middle, and I was in the center. Adding new fragments, I moved spiral towards its edges. I arranged or placed fragments prepared beforehand, one over the other, and thus I created a whole, a structure enclosed in the shape of circle. A circle is an exceptional form. It's an archetypal symbol. I use it as a synonym of primordial form, perfection, unity, and harmony. I also agree with Richard Long, for whom circles have belonged in some way or other to all people at all times. They are universal and timeless. For me as well, it is a part of the emotional appeal. Okay. This is the whole series. Another work that I am presenting in my exhibition comes from another series called About the Tears. And here I was using thread, and I immersed the thread into the pulp with kozo fibers. Kozo fibers is generally used for traditional handmade paper making in Japan. This paper is called washi. So kozo, of course, was previously dyed black. Performing a circular motion, I pull out the thread with what caught on it. This process resembled the stringing the beads onto a thread. The monotonous rhythm creates the space to concentrate the thoughts. The sound that accompanied the movement of the hands, the sound of water, act as a soothing music that brings the flow of the thoughts onto a different frequency. It allows to recognize new phenomena. The works represent the record of my thoughts and the movement of my hand. As I have said before, the traditional handmade paper making is only a base for further experiments. And I am also particularly drawn by the water lineage of paper. Paper born of water retains the code of its structure. Pulp beads remember where they came from. Paper carries the load of memory, similar to photography, yet on a different level, because paper in my works illustrate the process of its actual making. And in order to explain this, I would like to come back again and stop for a moment on these works that you had also opportunity to see. Oh, I'm talking about those. So the process of creating it was I started when I saw one day children jumping on trampoline, wet with rainwater. It's occurred to me that trampoline can be a very useful utensil for making paper. Later, with further experiments and non-typical tool, I managed to execute images that remembered the energy that had accompanied flowing pulp and its shaping. I had known before I started experimenting what I wanted to obtain, but the result went beyond my broadest expectation. What was important in this process of creating is that I could only partly control it because I didn't see the right side of the image while working. After drying, when I reserved first work, almost photographic image of the way appeared to my eyes, as if the paper has a memory that it was born of water. And the last, I think, important thing in my art is that by giving up durable materials, I expose the ephemerality of my works. My works grow slow, as a slow pace like nature creation. They are also organic, and with the time, they will turn into dust. However, it is not the kind of art which determine the rhythm of changes, and the changes themselves become a part of the artistic strategy. I have chosen paper as my medium because working with something material is a cognitive process based on the sense of touch. Coming into contact with a material has a real and symbolic dimension. It brings the gift of comprehending it, and an individual gesture preserved in it becomes a medium of communication, allows energy to flow through the act of making. Thank you.
Yes, I decided that I would talk about 12 different pieces that are all in different materials, but I'll deal with the idea of the membrane. The first one I would start with is Anne's Dream. It's a performance that I did in 1979 where we stretched a large sheet of tracing paper 10 yards by 10 yards, suspended it at hip level, and my friend Anne Lyons was attached to a rope that was wound around a central pole in the studio, and she just slowly started to cut with a pair of scissors a spiral through the paper until she did 4.5 turns and then came to the end and broke the scissors with 2 rocks. So it was partly based on a dream she had, but it was also partly based on the children's game Scissors, Rock, Paper. Skins for Members of Generation is a group of pieces I did with neoprene gloves, where I was really interested in the ability of the glove to act like an image of the body, the hand for the body, the glove for the body, and the idea of a prophylactic, where it's something that protects the body, but it also allows the body to come together. Consequently, I played with the idea of involuting and invaginating forms so that one piece would fit inside the other. A Raging Stream is called Violent, but not the riverbed that hems it in, is from a poem by Bertolt Brecht. It's another piece that I did when I was living in New York, and I was really struck by homeless people with children living in the subway system. I used sand and silk and polyester organza to make the pieces. The only structure inside them is in fact the relationship between the seams on the organza and the sand. Nothing else is holding them together. They're just sacks filled with sand, and that's where their form comes from, even though the arms can be cantilevered or leaping out from the body. Agate and rock are two of the three large glass pieces that I made, where I took large sheets of glass, had holes drilled into them so I could sew on plastic pockets. These pockets were then filled with cement fondue. And because the plastic is impermeable, the cement fondue took the brilliant surface of the plastic, and I could then peel back some of the plastic to expose highly polished cement forms. Rock, I used the same idea, but with zippers that I opened up, and so that the cement pieces that had set inside the plastic pockets, one could see the brilliant surface on them. Ecos de Système, which means they're talking about systems, is a kind of a portrait of a conversation between me and Michel Dagnot, my companion. Late at night, after we're too tired to continue working, we were talking about systems that run through art. And I decided to create a tension between fractal geometry and Archimedean geometry. I used Dupioni silk for the Archimedean geometry because of the way the woof and the weave work in the silk, and I used the polyester because it seeds so well in all directions for the fractal geometry. A Boy's Own Story is a group of pieces that I produced where I went back to figuration, a straightforward figuration rather than dealing with body parts. I dealt with the whole body, but I tried to go back to my youth as a child or as a young man, playing with the clothes that I had. I was very interested in the reversibility of clothes, or the ability, for instance, to pass your legs through a t-shirt, making one's underwear into a hat. So in this case, it was about clothing a body, about the size of a doll. So there's something at the same time, rather touching and slightly perverse about the whole experience. With Poisson-Terre, I was again interested in using the idea of clothing, but I wanted to develop the space between clothing and the body. So I had an image of my sister Anne, who always was trying to check to see whether she smelled of body odor, smelling inside her blouse. So her face is partially covered, and the dynamic space is the space between the body and the cloth. And the woman is putting her nose inside her blouse to smell what she smells like herself. The group of pieces, The Nose by de Gogol, really covers a range of different kinds of porosity. Some of the pieces are cement poured in silk organza, polyester organza, some in plastic. They're all very simple forms, the form of a nose, and what happens though is that with the different weaves and density of the silk and the polyester organza, sometimes the cement created a crust on the surface, which I found very interesting, where something goes through and stops on the barrier. The series of debutada were all traced from the body of my companion Michel Dagnot, and that's what you see in this first image where we're making the pattern. I then blew up the pattern so it was much bigger and sewed his body out of recuperated cloth from his mother's house after she died. Green Man and Magenta Nugget are both made from a pattern for a head. In Green Man, what I wanted to do is to create the form of a tongue, and I blew up the head and the tongue at the same time at first, so the tongue is sticking out as you see in this first image. Then when the head was completely dry, I re-wet the tongue and put the blower of the shop vac in the opposite direction so that it then became the throat. Because the cotton was a double-faced cotton with two colors, green and pink, one gets that sense of reversibility. In our Magenta Nugget, I worked a bit differently. Instead of just having the air pressure working against the cloth, creating the form, I had cords that ran through the body so that I could pull in the indents at the temples and again in the cheeks. Body membrane, vessel and vehicle. Membranes have been a major element in my work. At times I approach it as a figure, and at other times as an implement. Or to think of it differently, I use membranes as vessel and as a vehicle. I have been attracted to the membrane as a figure because it allows me to imagine and represent the body in terms of its fragility and resistance. A membrane can varying degrees of porosity or completely impermeable. Curiously, my interest in membranes springs from my work with clay. Although we don't often think of clay in terms of membranes, only very small clay forms can be fired in the mass. All others have to be converted into empty vessels, even when they are sculptural forms. A ceramic object is almost always a wall surrounding an empty space. Whether it is wheelwork or modeled sculpture, I create forms from the inside out by nudging and cajoling the clay walls to take the form of the body. In some senses, working this way gives breath to the figures. When I started working with cloth, I realized how well it suited as a metaphor for the skin of the body. On the primary level, cloth mimics and doubles the skin of the body. However much we understand the bones and the muscles, it is the skin of our body and the bodies of others that we know best. And then only if we ever should venture beyond the first layer of clothing. Looking for a way of showing sculpture that was light and sharp, I started soaking cloth in sugar water and inflating the forms with the blower function of an industrial vacuum cleaner as an equivalent of working clay from the inside out and then firing the mutable clay into rigid ceramic. Of course, for the cloth pieces, I looked for something that is light and rigid that can be inflated, deflated, and inflated again in order to be portable. In this sense, these pieces are my answer to Marcel Duchamp's boîte en valise. Although requiring a careful balance between water and sugar, the mixture can be adjusted to the weave, weight, and absorbency of the cloth, as well as to the volume of the work. I have also used water and rabbit skin glue to produce a different surface and a more brittle shell. The earlier, smaller pieces reflect my interest in the reversibility of clothing and of body parts. The shirts, for instance, one can take the lining of a jacket and reverse it on itself or blow up the lining at the same time as the jacket to produce an unexpected form. The glove pieces could take the digits and involute or invaginate the forms to evoke genitals and hands of the body. Prophylactics like gloves and condoms are membranes that protect the body and allow for the meeting of body parts. They act as a frontier, and those references are apparent in the glove series Members of Generation. The porosity of a membrane can also mean that it acts as a filter. Whether it's the sand and organza pieces that leave a trace as almost like a kind of a shadow of the body on the table below it, the sugar that accumulates on the surface of the blown sugar pieces, or cement that leaks through the organza to create a crust and partially or completely absorb the membrane and sit on its surface. One of the things I wanted to do with these sugar and cloth pieces is to avoid the softness of the form and the flaccid surface of inflatables, even though there is a link between my pieces and inflatable sculptures. I find that inflatable sculptures are more promise than product, more potential than output. I also like the sound of the shell of sugar on the fabric.
Je tape. Oi, meu nome é Itandegui Castanheda de Mesa, sou artista visual. A continuação apresentarei um pouco do meu trabalho ao longo de 10 anos na área da arte têxtil. Minha primeira instalação de arte têxtil foi no 2010, com uma instalação vermelho, que foi parte da exposição coletiva Gracias Buen Viaje. Este é o modelo de estrutura básica para a realização de toda a instalação. Nessa instalação, iniciei a exploração das diferentes possibilidades que oferece a estrutura, como a cor vermelho e suas diferentes tonalidades, além de perceber como a estrutura cresce de um jeito muito orgânico, que se expandiu pelo espaço arquitetônico onde foi exibida a peça, no Museu da Cidade de Cuernavaca. Esta peça, que se chama Campo Expandido, foi realizada com a estrutura básica da técnica do crochê, com fios de algodão. Essa estrutura foi crescendo de um jeito orgânico, até formar uma grande rede, e o contorno me lembrava muito a espuma do mar. Então, iniciei a explorar as propriedades do material, como a flexibilidade que tem o tecido e como esta peça se adapta a diversos espaços, formas e dimensões, e porém pode expandir-se e comprimir-se ao mesmo tempo, dependendo do espaço e a proposta. Esta obra tem um peso aproximado de 2,5 kg, então também foi pensada para poder embalar facilmente e o transporte fique mais barato para a gente. Esta obra foi selecionada para a Bienal de Artes Visuais no 2016 pela Universidade Nacional Autônoma do México. Nesta exposição, a escultura têxtil se apresentou de um jeito diferente que a proposta inicial, o que quer dizer que a peça é flexível não só pelos materiais, mas também pelo momento e o espaço. No 2019, a obra de Campo Expandido participou em uma exposição coletiva de mulheres na arte têxtil no México. A exposição se chamou Entramando Laços, na Galeria do Centro das Artes de São Luís Potosí. Nas fotos da exposição, podemos perceber que nesta exposição teve uma curadoria diferente e, portanto, a obra de Campo Expandido se apresentou com fotos da obra e, ao mesmo tempo, se apresentou ao público de outro jeito. Esta obra é uma metamorfose constante. A série Entramados surge no 2018. É meu primeiro acercamento ao bordado artístico criativo. Esta série é parte de um projeto de pesquisa do mestrado em Arte e Cultura Visual. Nesta obra, trabalho a partir de uma série de painéis, pensados a partir de um olhar aéreo, onde inicio a refletir sobre os espaços públicos e privados nas grandes metrópoles. Isto surge a partir da leitura do livro da Raquel Ronig, A Guerra dos Lugares. A obra de Entramados participou da exposição que se chamou Loteamento, na Galeria da Faculdade de Artes Visuais da Universidade Federal de Goiás. A exposição tinha uma relação bem próxima da minha proposta, por como se divide nas cidades. Então, na proposta desta exposição, de alguma forma foi mostrar os diferentes linguagens de vários artistas que se adaptaram a espaços impensáveis, além de ter uma diversidade de espaços onde a obra se apropria de lugares que podem se tornar de difícil acesso para o público. Uma das propriedades da obra Entramados é a flexibilidade dos formatos, e porém, esses se podem comprimir ou expandir no espaço. Pensar nas diversas possibilidades que tem uma obra é uma procura constante no meu fazer na arte têxtil. Esta obra foi parte da exposição de defesa de mestrado em arte e cultura visual e foi parte de um projeto que foi desenvolvido ao longo de 2 anos e meio. Esta obra ainda continua evoluindo. Isto é parte do registro de como vai mudando a obra. Espero mais na frente mostrar para vocês por meio de minhas redes sociais que estarão disponíveis para vocês. O projeto Entre Nós iniciou na residência artística Canteiro, no 2019. Ali, iniciei a desenvolver a proposta com outros colegas. Iniciei a explorar as possibilidades da fotografia e o bordado, com o objetivo de visualizar como poderia ser a intervenção têxtil. Como vocês podem observar nas imagens, surgiram 3 propostas e a partir dali a gente decidiu qual era a proposta mais viável. Primeiro, realizei uma série de provas no espaço público que forma parte da Vila Cultural Cora Coralina, na cidade de Goiânia, Brasil. Isto para ver as possibilidades que tinha a proposta no exterior e também para ver como ficaria o tecido de malha no espaço. Foi uma experiência que amei, pois consegui por primeira vez na minha vida levar a arte têxtil a outros espaços que não havia tido a oportunidade de experimentar. Depois das provas realizadas, a gente pensou em convidar ao público para ser parte dessa intervenção têxtil. As pessoas que chegaram a participar desta atividade, de alguma forma foi uma surpresa para eles, pois se tem um conceito muito específico da arte têxtil como uma atividade passiva, mas nesta intervenção foi todo o contrário, pois o público participou na realização de uma obra efímera, além de precisar de um grande esforço físico e concentração. Penso que esta intervenção aproximou um pouco ao público a outra forma de fazer arte têxtil. A obra já finalizada ficou no espaço ao redor de 3 dias. A proposta inicial foi ficar 1 mês, mas no momento de desenvolver a proposta, não contemplei um fator muito importante, o clima. No mês que a gente realizou a intervenção, é uma época do ano que tem muita chuva na cidade, então o fio de malha caiu um pouco. Mas penso que esta intervenção me deixou muitas aprendizagens e cumpriu muitas das minhas expectativas. Uma delas foi sair de alguma forma do espaço fechado do museu para a proposta aproximar-se a outros públicos que transitam pelas ruas próximas da praça. O desmontagem da obra foi aproximadamente em 2 horas. Isto gerou umas grandes bolas de fios. No momento, não consegui pensar em alguma outra possibilidade da obra, mas nestes dias surgiu a ideia de fazer alguma montagem com os fios que ficaram. Esta é outra possibilidade da obra Entre Nós. Gostaria de agradecer à Bienal Contextile 2020 pelo convite e a maravilhosa labor que fazem de difundir o trabalho da arte têxtil de diversas latitudes do mundo. Também quero agradecer a vocês pela escuta. Até mais!
Stitch in time, reverse applique with freehand machine embroidery, 150 centimeters by 150 centimeters. 2020, James Fox. a work reflecting historical and contemporary aspects of imprisonment as social control, combining elements of its design, construction and effect on the lives of those within its system. The observation of society is not a modern phenomenon. This concept is evident in the Greek legend of Argos Panoptes, who had 100 eyes. Being constantly scrutinized by controlling figures of authority is a feature of many aspects of contemporary life. We live with the knowledge that we are, at least potentially, observed and recorded all the time. John Rye wrote in The Guardian in 1996. Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832. Social theorist and philosopher. Bentham designed the panopticon, a type of institutional building and a system of control. The concept of the design is to allow all prisoners of an institution to be observed by a single central guard, without the inmates being able to tell whether they are being watched or not. Michel Foucault, 1926 to 1984, a French intellectual and critic, expanded the idea of the panopticon into a symbol of social control that extends into everyday life for all citizens, and not just for those in the prison system. Using the panopticon idea as the basis of my investigations, I have produced a work that is structured around a design based on the Millbank prison. This is now the site of Tate Britain. This design comprised 6 pentagonal-shaped buildings with a central watchtower in each. The site was originally bought by Bentham with government money to build his panopticon. This was abandoned in favour of Hardwicke's plan. My work uses Hardwicke's design as the foundation of the piece, which I have divided into 6 panels with 6 sections in each panel. At the centre of these panels there was originally a church in Hardwicke's drawing. I have replaced this with an image of Presidio Modella, a Cuban panopticon prison modelled after the Stateville Correction Centre in Illinois, USA, which was based closely on the original idea of Bentham's panopticon design. The Cuban prison complex, which comprised 5 panopticon buildings, was built between 1926 and 1928. The prison became overcrowded and famed for its brutality before being shut down in 1966. In 1952, Fidel Castro spent 2 years in here with his brother. My work shows the inside of the dilapidated building as it is now. Around the central design are the 6 panels, each depicting different aspects associated with incarceration. 2 features recur as a motif: time and locks. Time is not just the measurement of existence, but has many different associations when it comes to prisoners and prison life. Locks and keys are intrinsic to incarceration. Life in prisons is organised by keys and doors, by locking in and letting out. The institution is run as a constantly renegotiated compromise between freedom and force. Keys not only have a symbolic meaning in prison, they are also part of the literal mechanism that keeps prisons operating, and if they are compromised, the system fails and has to be abandoned to begin the process over again. With Within the centre of each divided panel on my work, there is a circular section depicting the peephole in prison doors. Once again, the panopticon idea of constant surveillance comes into play. The watched being constantly aware that at any moment the watcher is looking and judging. The general public rarely gets to see inside the prison system. Little information is published on prisoners. It is one of the hidden regions of our social system, one of the dark zones of our lives. Foucault, criticaltheory.com. One of the peepholes show two men, partially glimpsed, there but hidden. Black men are 26% more likely than white men to be remanded in custody. They are also nearly 60% more likely to plead not guilty. Prison Reform Trust, 2020. My work, A Stitch in Time, also highlights some of the language used in prisons, allowing an insight into a world few people get to see. Prisoners will try to find ways and means of avoiding the observation that is potentially constant, to enable them to continue their own agenda. This can be done through secret codes, signs and language. Prison language has taken elements from various sources including Cockney rhyming slang, Hindi, Jamaican patois, Romani, and from many other origins. The language passing between convicts is used to hide information from authority, make quick transactions, create a feeling of solidarity, and even lighten the mood. For example, the term all night and a day can mean a life sentence till death. Another feature represented within my work is tattoos. Tattoos can be used to show membership of gangs and record the wearer's personal history. Certain designs have developed recognised coded meanings. The code systems can be quite complex, and because of the nature of what they encode, they are often not widely recognised. The acronyms ACAB, found on some people's knuckles, can mean either always carry a Bible or all coppers are bastards. 5 dots, sometimes known as the quinux, represents time done in prison. The 4 dots side represent the 4 walls, and the dot on the inside represents the prisoner. The 5 dots is an international prison tattoo. It is common amongst both American and European prisons. A Stitch in Time also has headline facts and figures from government policies implemented on the prison system in recent English history. For example, a self-inflicted death every 4 days. Ministry for Justice, 2019. Highlighting the rate of suicide in English prisons in 1 year. My work does not show any solutions to the problems faced by the prison system, but it is designed to draw attention to the realities of prison life. It seems obvious that change is desperately needed in reducing the number of people going to prisons. In investigating the data on the ethnicity and socio-economic backgrounds of prisoners, the conditions in the prisons themselves, and society's attitude to incarceration. In conclusion, Bentham's idea that a prison could be managed from a single vantage point has in some ways been realised with the use of CCTV and computer monitoring systems. However, his concrete plans for buildings that house people in a circular facility has proven to be disastrous, highlighted by the fact that there are no panopticon prisons currently in use anywhere, and that they were disliked by prisoners and prison officers alike. In 2011, the prison watchdog group, the John Howard Association, stated that the Stateville Correction Centre in Illinois seemed perfectly engineered to induce extreme aggravation, anxiety and stress among inmates and staff. Beyond the prison system, nowadays, Foucault's expanded theory of the panopticon, controlling all our social and work lives, is with us every time we log on to the internet. We use social media platforms or walk in public areas where CCTV is used. Visibility is a trap. Foucault, 1975. The idea that we are all potentially being observed at any time may be the influence that is designed to force us into self-regulation. This could be the ultimate control by a single central guard.
I'm an artist Greta Cardi from Lithuania. I'm a Master of Visual Arts at Vilnius Academy of Fine Arts in Lithuania. I participate in exhibitions with land art installations, textile artworks since 1999. At the same time, I am a professional graphic designer. My field of research connects various substances and transfers the idea of textile into another scope like land art, other experimentation, or urban art. You can see this in the slides. Here I would like to present you my report, The Places That I Touched. This is the first time I will read a report of this kind at a conference, and I am about to reflect to the theme of this Biennale, that is places of memory. This topic excites me because I create textile and art that is relevant to the theme and is site-specific. If there is a possibility to choose the place where I am about to install my work, I choose it carefully, taking into account various nuances. On the other hand, it happens that the location is indicated by the organizers sometimes, and they have to incorporate my work into localities to make it look good. Most of my installations are outdoors. I create my installations in a few weeks normally. I am getting connected to the places where I create. They tend to become very familiar to me. One of such places is Centro Cultural Vila Flor in Guimarães, Portugal, where I install the work Knitted Found Art in 2018 at Biennale Contextile 18. Maybe you remember this work. You can see this in the slides. I created this piece in 2 weeks, and I never forgot this place. The places where I install my works become places of remembrance for myself and me, all down to the last detail. Very interesting place is the Lupanica forest, which is located near the town of Muzzana in Italy. It looks like the place itself told me the title of the work, that is Two Shores Found Art. I knitted this textile and art in 2017 at Art Festival Lupanica 17. Because the initial idea was to install the work on a hill, but then I come to this area and choose a place for the work together with the curator of the exhibition, I decided to challenge myself and choose a more complicated but at the same time more interesting place for installation. There in Lupanica forest we have two shores of the small river that are suitable in a perfect way to show layers of time. They reflect each other too. I would also like to tell about Vilnius Botanical Garden in this report, where I have installed 4 of my works in 3 years in a row starting 2014 and 1 after a year of break. I have installed 2 different works in the same place. You can see this in the slides. What's interesting, the same area with different pieces looked different. In 2019, I was challenged by invitation to participate and create in a textile art exhibition together with Japanese artists in exhibition Deep Rivers Flow Silently in Kaunas, Lithuania. I installed my work that reminiscence a stubble field and a grey foam boards that were serving as a concrete imitation. That was new for me, and the experimentation succeeded, and my work lasted longer than the exhibition itself. You can see this in the slides. I would like to end this report by presenting a work that is very precious for me, the location of which is very special for the history of my country. In 2018, I created an artwork touching land. This piece was presented in a Šiluva Biennale Art Symposium in 2019. This piece depicts stylized bird, a symbol of the Holy Spirit, adorned with fish-like ornaments. All that was knitted with wooden sticks. The environment itself suggests this theme, as this piece of land art is very close to the site where Pope John Paul II arrived in a helicopter in 1993. Creating of the work was long meditative contact with the land. For me, creation is like adoration touching the silence, the higher purity. This small town, Šiluva, a Lithuanian Fatima, is a place of apparition of our Blessed Mother. I would like to present a short video of the creation touching land. For the last 6 years, I have been immersed in the arts of the land, embroidering meadows and hills with wooden sticks. My works have a fixed time of their existence. Later, they remain in the photos, in the catalogs, just like the people who was important to me and who left this world. I am very attached. maybe even too much, so this kind of creation heals me. In 2014, I lost one of most precious people for me, my father. Soul and art, which is temporary art, still helps me to understand that. You create and you must detach yourself from your work. Leave all to the nature to create, knowing that the work will inevitably perish.
One at Contextile and also via live stream from everywhere.
We are Nika Timashkova
and Hannah Kindler.
We come from Switzerland
and from Germany. And we want to thank you that we have the possibility to talk here to you today. Unfortunately, we can't be there in person. We would have loved to meet you all, but due to the corona situation, we are not able to come. So we send our warm greetings and we want to present our talk now. Today, we want to give you a small insight into our artistic long-term research about the printing industry which developed in the 18th century in Europe. In our research, we highlight specific cases of Switzerland, Baden in southern Germany, and Alsace in France, and their ecological, social, and economical entanglements, which go far beyond the region. The research resulted in the exhibition Soft Violence in Mimicry, which was on view in November 2019 at Galerie für Gegenwartskunst, E-Werk, Freiburg, Germany. We would like to present you a small glimpse into both the historical background of our research as well as our artistic investigation in the exhibition. In the beginning of the 17th century, the first brightly colored, finely patterned and washable cotton fabrics from India entered the European market. These textiles were either called toile peintre, after the technique of painting on fabric, or indienne, after the country of origin, and they caused euphoria in Europe as no one had seen anything like this before. After the first hand-printed cotton textiles arrived at the European market, Swiss traders, together with German neighbors, set off to India and Indonesia in order to acquire the secret of their production. They brought back patterns, which they patented and reproduced in printing factories for the export. The first factories for printed fabrics opened in Europe, first in southern France and later in Germany and Switzerland. This new industry imitated fabrics from Asia in order to export these cheaply produced fabrics back there. The European imitations were also called indiennes or toile peintre, although the quality and the motifs were different. These machine-printed imitations influenced the Asian as well as the European market, and the meaning of the patterns shifted. Patterns which had been inspired by motifs from Asia were adapted to the European taste. The boundaries between original and fake started to blur.
In the center of the exhibition, Soft Violence and Mimicry, is the work Migrations, which is picking up the question of appropriation and imitation, original and fake. It is a tent with two openings. From the outside, it is made from plastic tarpaulins. It references not only provisional housings made by migrants, but also the bales used in the international textile trade. Inside the tent, patterns appear which come from different contexts. Some are original batik fabrics or original indienne from the 18th century. Others are imitations of printed textiles from Europe and Asia. In addition, there are historical imitations, which now serve as original templates for further imitations. There are, for example, several textiles with the bird motif on it. One shows the Indonesian Garuda bird sitting on a branch. When the French brought the pattern back home, they adapted it to the local taste, and this pattern became a sparrow sitting on a rose. However, the link to the Indonesian pattern is hardly ever made. Usually, the sparrow pattern is considered as the original. Through the placement of the two fabrics in one context, the interconnectedness between the two is highlighted. The work combines patterns in such a way that it seems as if they travel through the tent from one piece of cloth to another. The installation also includes patterns printed on paper, which are carefully attached on top of the fabric in order to create the illusion that one pattern transforms into the next. Confusion is generated when the reproduction mimics the original and the other way around. The word mimicry also appears in the title of the exhibition, and it is borrowed from Homi K. Baba. He understands mimicry as a camouflage in which the culture and the behavior of the colonizer is imitated by the colonized. Baba highlights that copying does not create the same image, but always a deviation. In this way, the imitation has the power of subversion and the possibility to reproject the look of the colonizer onto himself. The concept of imitation is used not only in our material, but it also becomes an approach of working in order to deal with the historical research.
Another example for motifs which change their meaning and questions the originality is the Glana Tüchli, a square cotton scarf from Switzerland which was dyed with turkey red using the so-called mother plant and decorated with paisley patterns. The patterns were brought from Indonesia to Switzerland by the tradesman Konrad Blumer in the 1840s and replicated in his Swiss factory. The machine-printed Glana Tüchli were not only worn in Switzerland, but were exported back to Indonesia, where they replaced the local and hand-printed items due to their lower price. Until today, the company Blumer AG continues to produce the Glana Tüchli, which is a popular souvenir as it is seen as an authentic Swiss item. However, today in turn it has to compete with imitations from China, which put into question its originality. In the installation Global Glana, originality gets dissolved. The visitor sees 9 different red scarves and their packages. One is from Switzerland and the rest comes from China. Out of these, only the Glana Tüchli claims the status of the original through a label, although all of them actually have the same design. Another dissolution takes place in the work Embodied Patterns. The series of drawings shows faceless bodies of workers melting together with patterns and machines that they are operating. As a consequence, it is impossible to draw a boundary between the human body and the machine, the hand producing the pattern and the textile product. The work deals with the question of the human body in the textile production and how labor alters it. It not only refers to working conditions of the people of the 18th and 19th century Europe, but also recalls the working conditions of today's textile industry, which shows similarities. In the 18th century, textile workers who came to Basel from southern Germany or from Alsace were not allowed to change their working place or to move to another city because they did not possess the Swiss citizenship. They were extremely exploited and worked in slave-like conditions as they were fully exposed to the mood of the company owners, who usually did not pay any insurance and could fire them at any time. The red color in the drawings which refers to the turkey red dye, is present not only in embodied pattern and global glana, but also in all of the other works. The history of the mother plant is also addressed in the next work.
The Work, die ökonomischen Charaktermasken sind nur die Personifikationen der ökonomischen Verhältnisse. In English, the economic character masks are only the personifications of the economic relations, is referring to the economic theory of Karl Marx, in which he stated that there are items which represent, as the title says, the economic conditions of the free market environment. In this installation, there are 3 items: a madder plant, the alizarin powder, and aspirin placed on black pedestals. At the beginning, the madder root was used to produce the turkey red. However, after 1869, the alizarin, a synthetic reproduction of the natural color, replaced the madder plant. The pharmaceutical industry emerged from the declining textile industry in the 19th century because for synthetic dyes one had already the knowledge about chemical processes. Until today, the pharmaceutical companies are not only shaping the city of Basel and Alsace in a visual but also in an economical sense. Their location at both sides of the River Rhine reminds us of the former textile industry which depended on running water for its coloring process. The last work of the exhibition is called Hyper-Ethno-Wanderers, and it is a suggestion on how we can navigate and deal with the violent appropriations in the past textile industry, which are in place today, but which created the Eurocentric understanding of knowledge. Hyper-Ethno-Wanderers is highly influenced by drag culture, in which items belonging to one particular culture are reappropriated, twisted, and combined together in order to question the borders of identity, gender, culture, and so on. Patterns which were used throughout the exhibition are repeated in the photographic portraits of the 5 characters, which are called the Hyper-Ethno-Wanderers. They are textile ghosts from the future, showing ways of getting inspired by different cultures in a non-exploitative fashion. Guided by decolonial theory, the research within soft violence and mimicry examines question of cultural identity, appropriation, imitation, originality, power relations, and exploitation. In our artistic work, we investigate methods of telling stories of otherness, about local and global textile histories, and reconsidering the immanent power relations. One point of departure for our thinking was Homi K. Bhaba's concept of mimicry, which investigates the ambivalence in identity formation in colonial discourse. However, copying does not create the same image, but gives the chance for new constructions and therefore creates an opening for subversion. Thank you.
Talk about the ongoing project Locus of the Dress, which focuses on the dress as a dynamic space and links location on the planet with location on and within a garment. For a long time I've been concerned with exploring the fine veneer of cloth that stands between us and the world. Our clothes can be viewed as objects that accompany our lives, travelling with us as we move through life. A witness to our experiences, a place where memory and matter is deposited, a place we inhabit as home, physically and metaphorically. The project Locus of the Dress explores the imprint of our lives on the garments we wear and the transition of our sense of self taking place within the garment over time. This body of work explores concept as much as process, especially hand and digital dye sublimation. My aim is to use clothing, a universal object, as an entry point to explore and present complex ideas pertaining to human experience, and as a vehicle to stimulate curiosity, understanding, and growth in personality psychology. The project starts with 2 key elements: the dress form and a fascination with Julian Rotter's 1954 hypothesis that we all exist on a line between internal or external locus of control, and that this gives a strong indication of our sense of self. Rotter says a person's locus being Latin for place or location, is conceptualized as either internal, a belief that one can control one's own life, or external, a belief that life is controlled by external factors which the person cannot influence, or that chance or fate controls their life. Through a process of personal psychoanalysis, I understood the significance and impact of knowing where I sat on the locus of control scale. As with much of my work, in this investigation, I take an auto-ethnographic approach where I draw upon personal experience, but present ideas and questions that are relevant to us all. The project was initiated by a series of conversations at the Maudsley Hospital in London with Dr. Herminia Hernandez-Sanders, who collaborated on the project. The Maudsley is the largest mental health training institute in the UK, the Institute of Psychiatry at King's College Hospital, London, where Herminia is head of clinical teams. I worked with Herminia to identify the core qualities of the theory and establish a range of conceptual and visual markers to define the internal as distinct from the external locus. The concept is set within personality psychology and in principle locates every individual at some point on the scale between external and internal, but nobody lives at the extremes. One's position is not static. Life experience and personal growth can affect movement between the poles, and an individual's forecasting of their own future is key to where they place themselves. Rotter says, we generally start our life with an external locus of control. The aim is to move to an internal locus, where we take responsibility, have autonomy and well-being. I've identified and examined the two surfaces of the dress form, outside and inside, as independent landscapes to discuss and play out narratives of the external and internal hallmarks of Rotter's theory. I view the dress as having two landscapes, distinct zones of psychogeography, boundaried by different parts of our existence and psyche. The external surface of the dress, outward facing, a barrier to the world, is often a fine armour, signified visually by aspects such as frills, top stitching, embroidery, buttons and bows. The internal and intimate space, where fabric touches flesh, mixes with sweat and skin cells, is often a landscape with raw or overlocked seams, loose threads, care labels, pocket flaps, facings and shoulder pads. Two geographical locations were chosen for their appropriate characteristics and their ability to embody the qualities of the two poles of Rotter's theory. Cincinnati and surrounding towns in Ohio, USA, is used to conjure the external locus. The internal is represented by the Phoenician coast of Margate and Ramsgate in East Kent, UK. Known as Tornado Alley, fraught with uncertainty due to its extreme meteorology, Ohio experiences high incidence of tornadoes. My parents moved from the UK to this area of the States over 30 years ago. Research at Ohio's libraries yielded photographs of its infamous 1974 super outbreak, the biggest tornado incident ever recorded, where 148 tornadoes were charted over the 2-day outbreak, and a frightening 10 tornadoes, all on the ground, all at once, in the Cincinnati area. I gained permission to draw from 2 community photographs that were taken at the height of the tornadoes in Cincinnati. Rotter says, those with a strong external locus feel their life outcomes are outside their control, that life's events are determined by fate. They have a reliance on external factors such as lucky charms and superstitions. To establish the internal imagery, I walked to the Phoenician coast where I now live, photographically recording the changing tides, especially at the Walpole Bay tidal pool in Margate. I moved out of central London after the 2005 terrorist bombings played out in front of my home. Walking the coast now, the negative ions promotes good health and well-being, key to the internal locus. And the tides, so predictable, I could look them up in a handbook or even get an app for my phone. Rotter says, those with a strong internal locus believe hard work leads to positive outcomes. They tend to take responsibility for their actions when things go well and even when they don't. Rotter describes how the external loci is often associated with the early and immature life. There's a series of Cincinnati drawings, drawn and redrawn over and over again on a series of fragments cut from girls' dresses. I'm also drawing my mother's jewellery, in keeping with the theory. Some were gifted to me as she left the UK, or passed to me as lucky omens or good luck charms, and recently I drew her charm bracelet over FaceTime. In some of the work, the lucky charms are sewn into the piece. But always the surface of the garment in these works is laden with graphite, oppressive, heavy with matter, and so much so that it is often leaking off the surface of the garment and onto the gallery floor. Some fragments cut from the dress are very small. You have to look very closely to see that some of the experience has rubbed off onto the cloth. Some dresses are divided. Some are unpicked and laid bare. Although ideas-based, this work is strongly crafted and presented in a fine art context to elicit personal reflection, to provoke curiosity and growth. Here's a shot from the solo exhibition drawn to Ohio at the Rochester Gallery, UK. There has been a series of exhibitions, articles and seminar papers. Individual pieces have been shown internationally, but the body of work has never been shown altogether, and so I've been working on a series of digital presentations of more immersive installations to propose for an exhibition. Sometimes the poles of theory sit side by side. Sometimes they are seen alone. The visual qualities of the internal loci shift to full colour. Fusing the image of the dress with the coastal image, an imprint of experience and place, has been an important element of this work. But here it's all about what is left behind, an imprint, and feels like the shedding of a skin. I've worked experimentally with the dye sublimation process, where I've literally pressed the dress onto the still wet, digitally printed dyed surface to remove or subtract dye. So here I've pressed the worn garment onto the still wet, digitally printed coastal photograph. The process leaves a negative image of the inside of the dress, almost akin to a photograph. The last phase of the work, Dresses for Giants, is a reinvention and retelling of 1970s polyester wedding dresses purchased in Cincinnati. Large in scale, they refer to the personalities of the women who may have worn these dresses, not their size. These express the ultimate stage of Rotter's theory, as they move location from Ohio to Kent, and the internal space transforms. Here I am looking at the inside landscape of the dress, but also looking deeper within it. I've worked with a manual process where dyed dresses are used as objects to print with, creating analogue prints that have near photographic images. This final stage of investigation also acts to stimulate curiosity and understanding around textile and fashion consumption by the reinvention and reuse of existing polyester dresses as a way to create poetic and provocative outcomes. I'm committed to diverting man-made fabric destined for landfill, reusing, adapting and reappropriating polyesters. I'd like to leave you with a quote from Daniel Dimitriou's review of Mina Pohonen's exhibition at the Museum of Contemporary Art Tokyo. He talks about a donated dress displayed in glass, black with white tulips, with an accompanying text. The story of the dress describes how it was worn for 14 years, including the moment the wearer said goodbye to her dying mother, but also en route to the hospital to give birth to her child. What a great example of living life wearing a dress, a dynamic space for collecting experience, matter and emotion, growing up, growing old and transition.
This is not work? Yes, it is. Lala, unfortunately, will leave us because she has a flight in a few hours. I want to thank you in the name of Contextile 2020 for being here with us. You are always a precious presence for us. Thank you so much. I think she deserves a big clap. Thank you. When you must leave, you just leave. Now,
I want to say something. No, I think thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm happy to be here again. It's me who thank you and all the team for organization of Contextile once more.
Now we will have some time to make an informal talk, if you want, among the artists who are here and did their presentations. We still have with us Magda Sobon, Inês Jorge, and also Janice Jeffries. If there is any questions, please feel comfortable for that. If you do not have any question, as Lala said, you can also send the comments or the topics or the questions for the email emergentes.gmail.com. You will find this email address in our website. I just want to make to leave a comment. We heard a lot during whole this day. We have a lot to think, to reflect, and to digest. It's a lot of information. We talked about time. We talked about places. We talked about pasts and future, inside, outside landscapes, materiality and substance in chaos and order. We talked about body, embodied, and mind. We also talk about public and private landscapes and spaces. And we talked about the biennial itself. It is so good to see the biennial is already a subject for scientific research. Tomorrow we will continue with these talks and reflections. And the program for today, if you are available to, it is now at 6:30. We will have the presentation of the artwork from Joana Finch-Faria and Roma Stuckenberg in Fraterna Tanks. It's number 4 of your program. And then at 9:30, we will have the cinema in open air. You can see all of this in our program. Thank you so much for today. Now you can have another coffee break and maybe to do some network among you. Thank you so much. Good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to see you again in this second day of Textile Talks from Contextile 2020. Today, we will have in the first presentation a project by the city of Guimarães, the Creativity Quarter. In Portuguese, we say o projeto Bairro C, Bairro da Criação. With us, we have Paulo Lopes Silva from the municipality, who is going to tell us everything about this project.
Hello, good morning to all. First of all, let me thank for the opportunity of sharing this project with all of you in this context of the Contextile Textile Talks. So let me talk to you a little bit about Bairro C, our project that we launched this year, starting to make a small introduction about the steps that Guimarães made through the last years. Guimarães has always played a central role in the history of Portugal, as you might know. And at the end of the 19th century, as you see on the image on the left side, we used this industrial exhibition of 1884 as a central point, as a reference point of this evolution, and was the year or the years that Guimarães established itself as an industrial pole, strongly accelerating its development process as a city, as a county. Industries then have been transformed, and same as the other places in the world. Some of them disappearing and the others modernizing, but all of them migrating from the center of the cities to the peripheries. And at the end of the 20th century and the beginning of 21st century, Guimarães repositioned on the national and international scene. The historic center was awarded as the World Heritage of UNESCO in 2001, and Guimarães bet on arts and culture as an engine of the population and territory development, were crowned as a European Capital of Culture in 2012. Through this process, the center's deindustrialization and commitment with new cultural, creative, scientific, and knowledge functions of the buildings that therefore were the industrial ones. Guimarães repositioned itself at these years. So in this context, we started to think about this project Bairro C. The Bairro C emerged from this context. A project of reinterpretation of this part of the territory, located between Instituto de Design, where is the exposition of the Emergências, and the future Escola Hotel on the west of the city, and International Center José de Guimarães on the top, a building of the 2012 European Capture of Culture. It uses public art as an activation tool, but is essentially based on the construction of thought and associated the immaterial component of space and the reinforcement of its use through the recovery of paths and some forgotten areas of the city on the daily use of the people from Guimarães. And he does not want to do it by force, to impose himself, but building collectively with a community present on this territory. This is the area of Bairro C. Also, the image is a sea. And we have 6 primary objectives on these projects. The first one is to consubstantiate discursively the previous implementation of creative, cultural, and scientific equipment, to facilitate the integration in the daily life of alternative walking paths, stimulate the appearance of service directed to these areas, and also assume public art as a programming area, a strong one, creating opportunities for artists from different areas, and also highlight the historical importance of built heritage, industrial, and also the river of Couros, and to alert for the city gabbles. Our project team consists on Municipality of Guimarães in 2 major dimensions, the cultural dimension and the urbanism dimension. Also Lab 2PT from University of Minho, Visual Arts degree, Contextile, as you might know, and the other biennial of Guimarães, the Guimarães Biennial of Illustration, BIG. And last one, the Landscape Laboratory of Guimarães, mainly on the river. But this team knows new dynamics through a much wider set of partners that inhabit this space of Bairro C. Partners with whom we met, and they are presenting proposals and for complementary programming of this project. And why we call it Bairro C? This makes a lot more sense in Portuguese, because some of these words in Portuguese are written with a C, and in English no. But thematically, we talk about cultural, creative, knowledge, that in Portuguese is conhecimento, and science, that in Portuguese is almost the same as it sounds, ciência, but with a C. And also geographically, for the main streets and areas of Bairro C, there are Couros, Calderoa, Custeado, and Conde de Margaride. And also in Portuguese, phonetically, because of the duplicity of reading of C Guimarães, because C is the verb be in Portuguese. So C Guimarães is be Guimarães, is mainly the identity that we want to affirm from the territory. This project will happen in 3 phases of 3 years. The first one, 2020, the seed, the exploration, the year in which we intend to launch the discussion and the objectives and the concept of the project, which we are doing these years, and to broaden the horizons and extend the partnerships, as well as this partnership with Contextile, and to mark the path that we want to step up. The year 2 is the deepening of the relation with the space and the community, mainly of this area of Couros, and the community that inhabit the space. A landmark very important for us, that of 20 years of UNESCO cultural heritage, and we want to mark it in the place. We intend to extend the classification for the Couros area of Guimarães. In the year 3, 2022, 10 years of European Capital of Culture, and we want to make that discussion happen. The objectives we defined in 2009, the project we put up in 2012, and the capital's legacy and the county's development model advocated for a new cycle of public politics. So the first year that we are in, it happened in four times and in 4 areas. The 4 times were the 10th of July with the start of the project, the 22 of July with drifting bodies, fluent spaces, September 5 to October 25, Contextile 2020, and in the early of 2021, publication of the results of the first year. And this will all happen in these 4 areas of the 4 C's. C, creativity, the area of the public art, C, knowledge, the area of the conferences, C, community, our area of community of the project, and C, cultural, parallel programming. The double phonetic is present to here, but in English we might say it as a B. B, creative, B, knowledge, B, community, B, culture. The first weekends, on the 10th of July, we had the two conferences for the opening. C, Guimarães, A Vision of Future, and the second conference, Healing the City, Risk and Opportunities for Stages and Galleries. Also on that day, we had the three first intervention of public art, two of them on the Coros area, and one of them near the municipality market, that was painted during a graffiti workshop that took place there. The second moment was July 21st to 24, Drifting Bodies, Fluent Spaces, and this was organized for the Lab 2 PT Research Center of University of Minho. Drifting Bodies, Fluent Spaces was an international meeting on walks in relation to the liquid bodies that cross the landscape. The project provided a laboratory for the creation and research on the relationship between walks and drifts, sounds and silence, empty and occupied places, digital and body spaces, and stories of the floor. There were workshops on walking in a public space in Guimarães, conferences with Italian architect Francesco Careri, with American artist Professor Karen O'Rourke, and with Portuguese photographer Duarte Belo. It counted with 125 submissions from 25 different countries. The third moment, you know the better, Contextile 2020, underlying the theme Places of Memory. I will not talk about the program of Contextile 2020, but let me underline the three satellite projects that are included also in the Bairro C project. The Rewind and Play outdoor cinema exhibition, that the first one took place yesterday. The expansion meeting, multimedia installation in the tanks of Coros, that's also opened yesterday, and the Textile Talks that we are here and now presenting the Bairro C project. Also on the next Saturday, Descoruçar is our community process of Bairro C, and we will have the end of the first phase of the project, named Descoruçar, a community assembly where the people that inhabit Coros place and Coros area will talk about their problems, their view of the spaces, their idea of the future of Coros, confronting with the idea that we have for the same places. This is done by Onda Amarela, and this is a fundamental project for ourselves and for this project, because the connection with the community that inhabits the space, their intentions to the projects, and their view to make better our idea for this area too. And at last, the fourth phase of this first year will be on the beginning of 2021, with the publication named Guimarães C Visível, or Guimarães B Visible, a publication of the process, the scientific the articles that applied for them, and the essays on thought of the city. So in conclusion, Bairro C is not an event, as you see, not even a set of events, is not a poster or not a closed program. It's a laboratory. It's a creative and innovative space. It's a constantly changing process. And over these 3 years, it's hoped that complementary initiatives, differentiating projects and new visions of the future might emerge from it. Always based on the culture, the creativity, the science, and the knowledge, as engines for the development of the individual, society, and the better quality of life. Basically, these 4 Cs, or at least in Portuguese, 4 Cs, will be at the service at Guimarães and the happiness of people from Guimarães. For ending this presentation, I will share the video of the project with you. Let me only apologize for the video not being in English. Thank you for your patience and hope you have a nice stay in Guimarães. Thank you all.
Good morning again. The reason I'm doing this is because Azador is in quarantine in China on the return from Bulgaria, and because I've been involved in the first 3 Triennales in Hangzhou, he asked whether I would do this, and that was accepted. But I do want to apologize to those of you who were here yesterday when I kicked off, partly because I said I didn't speak one paragraph because it was in the catalogue. And of course, I'm reminded that nobody has the catalogue unless they're physically present. So for those who were on the platform, I'm just going to make a comment on that paragraph because otherwise it's misrepresenting those who were physically present from those that are technologically connected. So, and it does connect to what Azador wanted to say about Hangzhou. Now, he does have 150 images, and with great respect, I'm not going to show those in 20 minutes. So I'm just going to show perhaps the first few because it will give you an idea of context and location, or what is rightly called in architectural terms these days, placemaking. So I was trying to make the point about textiles and material being able to retain and communicate memory, both privately and publicly, stimulate remembering, whether from someone who once worked in the textile industries, and for those of you who saw the film in the open-air cinema, which was glorious last night, that was very much a strong feature. And of course, to those very personal accounts where cloth's capacity is to receive the human imprint, marked by its everyday use, impregnated with the sweat and stains of everyday life. And of course, textiles can map through traditional methods of making, but also through experimentations with film, photography, performance, sound, site-specific and community-based practices, all of which will be indicated in the material that Azador has sent us. Whether by cloth, fabric, or textile stuff, stories of trade, transmission, of different kinds of histories, crossing of boundaries and borders, which is now very difficult in these present COVID times, are carried across land and sea. And my argument is always that textiles can fix but also unfix us to a place and be part of a process of making change. It's a question of agency. Just as water is both a surface for movement and an evocation of journeys that can be rough or smooth, but also in commercial terms, a physical route for treacherous trade, diaspora, or indeed conspicuous consumption. And that was the point of that first paragraph. And what now I'm going to speak to with Azador is he opens the text with a quote from Mary Jane Jacob, who in fact is a curator in Chicago in the USA, who's written a lot about public spaces on practicing in public. So this is a quote from 2010. It is not just about art in place, but of place, so that it might be part of the people in that place. So there again is this other connection to people making places. It's not one or the other. Okay, so again, a bit like Guimarães, where we are here now, Hangzhou is a city, a place, and Azador Marakov says, a cultural hub for the development of fiber art. And his question is, how can textiles and fiber art practices change the site? Now, I'm sure you'll appreciate people use different terms in different places, textile art. Fiber art is more the American term. But this particular area is indeed on the United Nations World Heritage list. So there is a connection between City of Culture, UNESCO, and the World Heritage. So these are often situations in the world where cities, not necessarily the capital cities, but other cities who once had very strong industries, in this case also textiles, silk, for example, begin to rethink and regenerate through these different projects we heard about earlier this morning, to rethink and regenerate parts of the city. So the point that Azador's making is that the value of these practices, these ideas, really sort of begin to rethink the idea of public in China, which is huge, and specifically in Hangzhou, a city and a place with a long history, as I said, of textile, specifically silk production with a rich cultural heritage. Until today, I'm just going to whiz through the slides now. The use of textiles and fibers in art practice was synonymous to positioning oneself firmly outside of the contemporary mainstream art world and at the bottom of a gendered art and craft hierarchy. And here, when I say I mean Azador, because this is his paper. Would like to position some questions also related to the place where we live and work, related to the public specifically. I would say publics because there's no one single definition of public. How the projects and artworks are linked with the site to create visual impact of that space, but also to reveal the cultural or social identity of the place, as well as make relations with people. How do we do this? What are the cultural encounters in Hangzhou, respectively, and specifically in China? What are the possibilities when we think of new social spaces and centers of production? How did Hangzhou, for example, become as it was? Sorry, it's missed out a sentence. And is it possible to become a world center of textiles or fiber art? Why, indeed, are we making projects and exhibitions related to textiles and fiber art? Hangzhou as a place, site related to tourism, to textiles as production, and to art. These are three important things which make Hangzhou a prosperous place for the development of art, craft, and culture, and especially textiles, stroke fiber art. At first, it is tourism and sightseeing, one of the most visited places in China, which I can testify to in the sense that when it's the Moon Festival, you cannot move around the historic site. And many people from inside China go to Hangzhou for their vacations. Secondly, it is the production of textiles as threads and fabrics. The whole of Jiang province, in fact, is a place thriving for production of textiles from many kinds, from fine silks to clothing and fashion and heavy home textile fabrics, which we might call interiors. And thirdly, it is the art and art education and the long history and practices of the traditional Chinese art from ancient times to today. So Hangzhou is a way forward, an opportunity to be successful. And what is it that makes Hangzhou a textile and fiber art center? Firstly, Hangzhou is in the right region, Jiang province, a place recognized as the biggest production on textiles in China. It is in the right area and in the right place. It was raining then, you see. Whew. Secondly, it's an archive and a cultural hub, a way of explaining and celebrating the heritage of textile art, design, and textiles as production. Thirdly, it's a visitors and tourism attraction place with the prospect for retail. Shopping is big, of course, and sale of crafts and arts and the opportunity to raise money. It is also linked to a lot of cultural activities, art fairs, festivals, exhibitions, and annual biennales, and of course the Hangzhou Triennale, which in fact started in 2013. This is the China Academy of Art. It's the first of the two sites they have. This is in the center of town opposite the West Lake. There's another one which is about 40 minutes outside, which has the fiber art studios, public art architecture, and design. Fifthly, the city of Hangzhou, including China Academy of Art and the Hangzhou Triennale, try and keep to be innovative, driven, and with quality management, with good governance, board, and contacts. Sixth, the Hangzhou Triennale project tries to work with others and in partnership internationally, as well also to have good connection with Hangzhou's Cultural Bureau and municipality. And this is the main sponsor, in fact, of the Triennale. Point 7. In the end, in Hangzhou, many institutions related to culture, such as museums and educational institutions, working with enthusiasts, like those from local societies, and using many young people as volunteers, they help in the process of developing different activities, projects, and exhibitions. Now, he hasn't explained this. This is Marian Varabov, who in fact went from Bulgaria to China in the 50s, married a Chinese student, and got special permission to stay, and therefore set up the Tapestry Institute in Hangzhou. So there's been a long connection between China and Bulgaria. Of course, I put that down partly to Cold War politics, when you could, as a person in various parts of the former Eastern Europe, have permission to go and study Cuba or China, Russia, whatever. And this is the context here. So what Hazador wanted to show was how textile and fiber art practices, through the project of one exhibition, such as the Hangzhou Triennale, is an artistic method to connect with people, establish social relations, and educate children, young and mature people to build new forms of community and even address social issues. How fiber art practices that go beyond the boundaries of institutional frameworks as art academies, museums and galleries establish a new interconnection between place of production, material, and the public. I, meaning Azador, also want to point and try and define what fiber art and textile can contribute to a different idea to the public in China. The site and the art focus on the study is one ongoing project to emphasize the idea of site, people participation, social intervention, and local collective makings. He then quotes me at the end, which I'm not going to read out, it's too embarrassing. Anyway, I think the point is, in the practices of the academy and the way they now link to architecture in the academy, there are a lot more site-specific projects which use the students to try and understand where they are, what they could do, what they can make, and from that take some of those public art projects into different areas of the curriculum, meaning how they construct their courses. Lots of speeches. I think we move on quickly from there. Let me find one. Lots of educational talks. And you can see, I think I'll finish here actually, because it's quite good. It ends on this idea of social fabric, which is what I think we might be thinking about in relation to links with architecture and creating different kinds of social spaces and social publics. Okay? Otherwise, you've got another 100 images. Yes.
The presentation of Mizuki Takahashi. Good morning, Mizuki.
Hello.
Can you hear
Good
us?
morning. Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I can see my big face behind you.
Welcome to Guimarães, to Contextile 2020 Textile Talks. We will have your presentation that will talk about looking at contemporary art through textile lenses.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mizuki Takahashi. I'm an executive director and chief curator of Center for Heritage Arts and Textile in Hong Kong. I'm Japanese, but I'm based in Hong Kong. And firstly, I want to say big thank you to Contextile for having me today, and all the technical effort to put me in this conference remotely even. It is a really pity I cannot visit Portugal this time, but hope I have a next chance to visit. So as introduced, I'm going to talk about the Center for Heritage and Textile as a new ventures, the art center related to textile. And as introduced, my background is contemporary art curator. So therefore, for me, the working on the textile material subject matters, big adventure to dive into the world of the textile. So it would be nice if I can tip of them to share the tip of my venture with you today. Okay. Let me share my screen. Could you I think so you need to allow me to share my screen. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can you see my slide? Hello?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. The chat is a nickname of Center for Heritage Arts and Textile. And so the why Textile Art Center in Hong Kong, that is also related to the memory of place. So unlike China, Hong Kong didn't produce, the luxury, the silk gown or textile, with the long crafted traditions. Instead, Hong Kong textile history was really short, and but actually contributed to establish the cornerstone of the current Hong Kong through the industrial as an industrial engine. So the chat is in-house the cotton spinning mills, so-called Nanfun Textile. Now I'm showing the picture of the Nanfun Textile mills, which were taken in 1970s. So in the 1950s, many the capitalists and the workers migrated from the mainland to Hong Kong, and they started the business of the textile. So Nanfun was one of them. So the Nanfun Textile Mills was located in Tsuen Wan. It's known as the first industrial city in Hong Kong, and currently known as the satellite town for the many local peoples to live, to commute to the central Hong Kong. So this project is actually registered as industrial heritage of UNESCO. So our founders, the Vanessa Chan, is a granddaughter of the founder of this Nanfun Textile Mills, decided to preserve this Nanfun Textile Mills and converted into the complex of the business and the culture a few years ago. So this was the building before renovation. Then this textile factory stopped their business in 2008. Afterwards, they used as a storehouse for 10 years. Yeah, before that, they are producing the cotton yarn for local use and to export. And the renovation started in 2015. And yeah, this was a before renovation, and this is the after the renovation. And the rooftop turned into the public area. Yeah, so this is the mills after the renovation. And the chat is one of the key tenants of the mills, along with the other two peers. One of them is the Mills Fabrica. It's an incubation hub for the young startups related to the technology and textile. And the shop floor for the Hong Kong young startups to own their the small shops and the retails. And the chat is a space for offering the cultural experience. So the chat has 1,500 square meters, and we have the 3 gallery spaces, along with the chat studio and chat lab and the chat lounge. And we take the textile as an agent, and as a kind of the agent to connect the heritage and contemporary art and design. So again, the textile, we take the kind of node to connect the cross-disciplinary agendas. So DHM Foundation Gallery, this is a permanent gallery space to tell the Hong Kong textile industry past. But again, we invited the contemporary design and art collective to design this space, because we wanted to make this space very active space, not a static, permanent display. So we put in the workshop and display table in the middle of the gallery, where we organize the workshop, the demonstrations, and giving the tactile experience to the visitors. Yeah, like that. Because it's the cotton is such a familiar materials for everyone, but actually people, they don't know how raw cotton is processed into the yarn. So that we're giving the opportunity for people to experience how raw cotton is processed into the yarn, then transformed into the daily products or artistic pieces. And we also show the vintage products made in Hong Kong. Again, Hong Kong didn't produce the luxury glamorous items. Rather, they produce everyday items like, the towel sheets, workers' uniform, the nappies and etc. But we also could find the beauty and aesthetics in these everyday objects. And we also can find the story of the labors, before these products, behind these products. And we also proactively invite the retired workers for our agent. So the ladies, they're showing the sliver. She was an ex-textile worker, not in this textile mills. And we happened to meet her and in the bathroom of this building because she was working as the cleaning lady. And one of my colleagues started to chit-chatting with this lady, and she discovered actually this lady was a former textile worker and knew how to operate the machine. So there we did a headhunt. We headhunt her to be our demonstrator. And she found out now our gallery space turned into the stage for her demonstration. And Gallery 1 and 2, we use for the seasonable exhibition, which we organize 3 times a year, spring, summer, and the winter. And the spring, we usually organize a thematic exhibitions, inviting the artists from having the Asia connections. Artists who are living in Asia or Asian diaspora, or non-Asian artists who are based in Asian regions. And the summer, we invite the solo artist to dive into his or her the artistic productions in relation to textile. And in winter, we highlight the textile or fashion design and the innovation. Yeah, and this is the scene from our inaugural show. Our chat is very young art center, which we just opened in March in 2019. And for the inaugural show, so we invited the 17 artists from Asia Pacific regions. And but they are not so-called textile artists. Rather, they are contemporary artists using the textile material, exploring the contemporary agenda embedded in textile. So they are one of the artist collectives which we invite is a punk rock slap from Malaysia. They are also the activists, and they use the wood block prints and the t-shirts and for the wood block print and to claim the social political matters in their society as well as in Hong Kong this time. And we also invite the photograph artists and the video artists as long as their artworks show the relationship with the textile. So you can see on the right-hand side, the top of right-hand side, the Dianita scene, town measures of the picture of the beautiful natural dye fabric, which used for wrapping all the archive materials in India. And bottom pictures is the beautiful installations made by Norberto Roldán, Filipino artist. And at the back, you can see the flashy pink and the green wool fabric which they actually imported from mainland China to Philippines, where they have the long traditions and the history of the local textile production. So you can also find the hanging beautiful artworks at the in front of the wall fabric, which were produced by the engineers, craftsmen in the island, one of the islands in the Philippines. But their productions facing the crisis because the local people started using the mass-produced cheap fabric imported from mainland China. So on the left-hand side, you can see the big image. This is the installations made by the Thai artist Jakai Silpatool. He used the cheap garment sold in the fast fashion brand, and but made putting the beautiful embroideries. That image actually the critically mentions about the labor conditions in these the sweat factories. And the top right-hand side is the carpet installation made by Ade Dharmawan. Actually, he was appointed to the one of the artist director of the next Documenta in Germany. So he made a survey about the history of wool carpet produced and used in the Southeast Asia, and as well as in Hong Kong. You know, the Hong Kong and the Southeast Asia tropical climate, actually we didn't need to use any wool carpet because it's the climate condition is very warm, and you don't need the wool carpet to make your room is warm. So he found out that when the wool carpet was started to be produced in these regions, this is the 1970s, when the economic started to be the better and the better, and the varying so-called middle class in the society. So each carpet showed how the economic condition has changed, and he also took the graph of the GNP in Hong Kong between 1950s to today. And bottom pictures show the installations by Satoru Aoyama, the Japanese artist. He's an embroidery artist, and using the old industrial sewing machine to make the really detailed embroidery. However, now he has rival. Is the machine embroidery machine controlled by artificial intelligence. So he juxtaposed the embroidery made by the machines and his handmade the machine embroidery, and showing and questioning how we can how we value those two embroideries made by machine or hand. So the chat exhibitions, as you can see here, the textile exhibitions questioning or interrogate why artists choose the textile material agenda to question what. And for the summer, we invited the N.S. Harsher, Indian artist. He's a painter at heart, but he's rooted in India, the culture and traditions, and naturally he used the textile material and the textile related to a gender for his artistic production. So the left-hand side, you can see that his largest installation, so-called Nations. he installed more than 190 sewing machines and putting his painting on the fabric. But painting showed the national flag. And connecting these sewing machines with the entangled yarn to show how textile, the industry is connecting the nations as well as generate the program. And he often used the fabric for his beautiful painting and in a very poetic way. So these two are newly made for the chat exhibitions. And he bought the very cheap the black fabric in the market and paint the universe onto it and making the beautiful piece of the world. And we also make the show of the Reiko Sudo, Japanese textile artist. And that was our first exhibitions inviting the textile designer. But instead of showing her beautiful textile, we show the making process, how her textile are made. So we put her drawing and sketches, and also the materials and the mock-ups, and we also made the kind of abstract the factories showing each textile is made with the audio and the visual. So this is also the challenge, how we can create a new way of displaying the textile. To invite the people to engage with this material and also the process of the production. So we had the first anniversary year this spring. And again, we invited the 7 contemporary artists to make the exhibition so-called entitled Unconstrained Textile, Stitching Method Crossing Ideas. And that shows again to present how contemporary artists use the textile material, textile subject matters, and the techniques with the unexpected the way. And left-hand side, you can see the B. London's Chinese artists' immersive installations. She makes the beautiful textile works for the wall hangings and the carpet, as well as an animation. And for her latest work is a crochet, interweaving with the LED light to make the beautiful pattern. And the right-hand side is a large painting by the Kato Izumi. But if you take a closer look, he also putting the stitch and the embroidered on the surface of the painting to giving the three-dimensional effect on the surface. Oops. Okay. Yeah. So, and this is another way of the installation and showing. Well, the Izumi, again, with his new pieces, he showed here how flexibly he can change the shape and the form by using the textile. And the other artists made the costume for his performance piece, and as well as using the textile to make the temporary theater for his video installation. And the Kawita Bayanaku is a Thai artist. She used her body to mimic the machine movement of the textile production. And left-hand side, the Hamukyunga's piece, the first glance, it looks like the painting, but actually these are the hand-embroidered pieces made by the North Korean artisans. The South Korean artists, of course, she cannot directly commission to the North Korean artisan to make this embroidered piece. So she had to use the middleman to send her design and has to, pay the middleman and the smuggle the artworks into the other stuff, and have to spend the very, very painful time to wait. And so all the stressful time and the pains are ingredients of the artworks. And the right top image is a David Medard's piece. The so-called Stitching in Time was made in 1968 and ongoing piece. And he made a different version in the different cities. And this is a very early participatory work, inviting people to stitch whatever they want. So this time we went through the very, very challenging period of time in Hong Kong, you know, the coronavirus and social upheaval time. So after the show, so this the big fabric become the archive of the period of the time which we went through. And the bottom part, you can see the Kim Byron's painting. Looks like the very beautiful earthy color painting, but well, actually, instead of using the brush, he dyed the fabric with the natural color to make the this subtle color, which actually the skin tone of the people. So therefore, we invite the artists to explore the textile technique to crystallize their conceptual idea. Yeah, so we also organize a lot of the community programs, giving the opportunity for the people to engage into the production process. So yeah, this is a grand opening. And we also invite the migrant workers to make their statue to celebrate their labor. Yeah, sorry, I think it's, my time is running over. So lastly, I wanna invite you to our research grant. And we are also there enthusiastic to grow up the future scholars and the researchers and the practitioners. We are calling to the research grant applicants and who are interested in making a new narrative on the industrial textile history on Hong Kong and beyond. So we still have the more than 6 months for the deadlines. If you are interested in, please come to visit our website. Okay, thank you very much.
The theme released this year at Contextile Place of Memory allows me to present some projects and works I've done over time in order for my works to gather stories and memories or forgotten places, faces, or stories. The presentation contains three distinct sections in which 3 are briefly exemplified several series of my works over the years. Like many contemporary artists who work with fiber, I strive to see and look for beauty where no one noticed it. I am especially concerned with the composition of the architectural space and the integration of the textile gesture as a symbol of and accent of the place. I approach the blade of the grass and the dry leaf and the ground because they are being trampled by everyone. They were handy and it was hard for me to throw them away, so I tried to find a way to make the most of them. Grass and leaves are living materials with which you can dialogue, which have a memory,
which transform without forgetting and can become a symbol of feelings or places. Each piece has a particular story behind it. Thus, in the personal exhibition After Grass, we talk about approaching and displacement and keep in touch with my past. I moved and gathered the grass in the yard of the house to keep in a settlement made of a carpet fabric that preserves and recalls the memory of the place where I lived. In Parasite, a homage project commentary of a historical place, Weaver's Bastion in Brașov, Romania, the grass fabric becomes a symbol for the recovered tradition, a tradition that we tend to ignore. Just we give to a part, we threw or ignored the grass. The paper conglomerate is recovered from the editorial office and architecture magazine. The field petals come from a bouquet of flowers. The knotted strips are torn from an old inch, received at arms from grandparents. With the help of the artistic experiment, the recovered materials takes on another form of existence, is brought to a new life, and has the power to re-become current, to be in the center of attention again. The conformation of the working material is raw, primitive, sincere, because the grass, the leaf, the paper, or the textile scraps are my dialogue partners. I do not force the material to take an artistic form detected by me, but only emphasizes bring to the fore its qualities. The form of presentation, attachment, or display is combined with other complementary materials that emphasize support or the contrary contrast with the qualities of the textile. No, excuse me. The simple geometries and shapes detected by the straight line show the role of unique sample texture with the tactile, visual, or olfactory qualities of the material. By its nature, the textile object has the capacity to be mobile, foldable, remoldable. I can get a different presentation formula. I can be reinvented every time differently in differently composed spaces. The form of exposure in the interior or exterior spaces are part of the display and presentation area of the textile pieces. The interventions dress up the interior and exterior space, all floor, facade, or build shapes. They make a common body with the given place and its data. At Casa Ion Mincu, a landmark memorial space in the history of Romanian architecture, where old things are preserved and displayed with honor. We presented blankets, 3 barks and old sheets from north of Moldavia. These were to be thrown away. The intervention wanted to reveal to the weaver another perspective of the authentic Romanian textile object. The image is in this image. Because today, too fast, the traditional homemade fabrics are forgotten or set aside to make room for other cheap textiles brought from abroad. Each interior or exterior space has specific features. Based on them, I insert the intervention special composition of each textile ensemble. The arrangement of the piece had the role of directing the internal circulation of the visitors, guiding them on certain routes that would have included possible exception to the exhibited object. Okay. The Parasite, the image is here, and Iarba de la Palat ensemble multimedia and performance installation are comments addressed to some historical places, the Weaver's Bastion from Brașov and Brancovan Palace Mogoșoaia, that investigate the relations between the built element and the natural element. It's immediate. The grass material becomes a symbol for the recovered tradition, a tradition we tend to ignore just as put aside, throw away, or ignore the grass. With said that once belonged to my grandparents, I moved the grass in the outer courtyard of the historic buildings, only to later integrate into the fabrics, which I display in the inner courtyard or inside the building. The intervention emphasized the fusion of the artist with the history, the memory, and the ambience of the place. I have a short video. For the exhibition. Okay. The part 2, the second part, presents the series of my works, 16 square meters, made in the last 6 years. It refers to the memory of the work studio, a space inhabited by members of my family. The 16 square meters series research related to an n-dimensional representation of some personal states and to the questioning of themes such memory, trauma, schizoid feelings. The environment is a background, a microcosm, meant to reproduce the inner world and rebuild circumstances and situations 2001 and 2008 years. They are now exhibited and confessed in an open, common environment. The author slides from private to public, trying an exercise of personal redefinition in relationship with art, with the world now and close to her, and exercise of retrieving emotions and events experienced and at their culminating point back then, not revealed and interpreted from far away. The work, its nothingness, variable sequences, guerrilla family, possible life. Nothingness, the calm and the mirroring water discover the existence of non-existence. During 6 years, the artist is forced by circumstances to live together with the family in the 16 square meters of her art studio. The discourse of the artwork is based on the description of contradictory states and the siege for preserving the balance of a man in front of the daily bombardment of responsibilities, social, professional, relational, domestic. The work variable, and the tail. Segmentation, the wall to the left of the black room contains data from this period. The wall and at the end of the room has a video presenting the work Possible Life. Guerrilla family is a construction assemblage, wood, textile, mechanical embroidery. And this bed of my restlessness traveled and interpreted it the banner of my family's countless experience. Possible life, an amalgam of warm clothes from which water flows continuously. I have a video, a short video for And finally, excuse me, because I find, okay. The last part presents two projects of intervention and temporary installation in public space made especially from some interior or exterior spaces in which the intervention area dictates the type of artistic object proposed by the author artist. Here and beyond, an aggressive visual signal, a soft barrier which hides, reveals in a participatory way the daily reality. The individual personal mark of the man caught between the two realities, the noise of the city and the calm of nature, between the architectural geometry of the utilitarian space, of conception and the landscape order of retreat that the public garden offers. Second project. The project, I collaborate an architect, Cristina Olga Gociman. An artistic installation that starts from a sublimated vision of nature will be brought up to date by the architectural and technological themes and an eco dimension. And the project is a virtual project because I don't have the accept for the municipality. And this is my presentation. Thank you for attention.
Now we are going to see the communication from Renata Meireles from Brazil. Renata is not here, so we will show you the communication that she sent to us, and with the title Subjectivity as a Power Source of the Animate.
Em primeiro lugar, quero agradecer pela oportunidade de estar aqui virtualmente com vocês. Infelizmente, não estou presencialmente na Contextile, evento que celebra a arte têxtil e nos conecta. Obrigada a todos os organizadores e participantes. Vamos falar de memórias, o subjetivo como potência do fazer manual. Meu nome é Renata Meireles, moro em São Paulo, Brasil. Sou artista plástica de formação e desenvolvo um trabalho têxtil autoral, investigando novas práticas e ressignificando antigas, práticas têxteis que vão além do fio e da trama. Vou mostrar artistas e comunidades no Brasil e na África que participam de projetos e merecem ser conhecidos. Um convite para compartilhar com vocês uma abordagem sobre diferentes trabalhos que eu conheci, vivenciei e valorizo. Vou começar falando do meu trabalho. Renata Meireles, Diários, Memórias de Papel. Um resgate de memórias e afetos. Uma série que escolhi um material com significado. São folhas e diários da minha mãe. Minha mãe perdeu conexão com suas memórias, sofria do mal de Alzheimer. Em seus últimos dias de vida, foi se desligando aos poucos. No final, pouco falava. Lembro-me quando em seu quarto, em silêncio, ela bordava no ar, sem linha e sem agulha, costurava no espaço repetidamente, a memória de um gesto. Mesmo já perdendo as suas memórias e com problemas de cognição, o que restou foi o gesto de bordar e costurar, que fizeram parte de toda a sua vida. Nessa série Diários, Memórias de Papel, abordo o tema da memória e do efêmero. Este projeto está intimamente ligado à minha mãe. e na minha intenção de imortalizar suas memórias e ressignificá-las. Uma tentativa poética de unir os fragmentos destas memórias e a intenção de garantir que todas as lembranças formassem um só corpo, imortalizando todos esses escritos preciosos. Páginas antigas resgatadas, que compõem uma série de objetos e instalações tridimensionais. Um trabalho cheio de história e memória. Não há uma linearidade nos processos da memória. Ela pode ser entendida como um texto a ser decifrado. Clarice Bourdieu, a menina que borda folhas. A história de Clarice começa com um projeto onde as folhas foram transformadas em seu suporte. Poéticas têxteis. Ela fala através das folhas. Junto com o bordado, ela cria uma nova forma de expressão. Folhas secas, simbolizando a relação com o frágil da vida, com nossa efemeridade, com nossas memórias. O gesto de bordar é frequentemente associado à intimidade, à subjetividade, à lenta temporalidade de um fazer com as mãos, que está conectado ao tempo. Clarice, em seu trabalho, também faz ações coletivas. Reúne pessoas em praças ou lugares públicos para bordar e refletir sobre a preservação e a importância da nossa conexão com a natureza. A poesia de Clarice Bourdieu oferece várias camadas de significado. Clarice dá vida às folhas e nos mostra que tudo está conectado. Inês Chertel, o ritual da lã, a apropriação da cadeia completa. Inês mudou-se de São Paulo e foi morar no sul do Brasil. Ela cuida de um rebanho de mais de 400 ovelhas que fornecem a matéria-prima para realizar seu trabalho, a lã, que é selecionada e processada até receber várias formas, novos usos e significados. A técnica usada é ancestral, aprendida em várias viagens em que Inês trabalhou com os nômades. Essa arte é tão antiga que apareceu antes de se inventar o tear, há mais de 6.000 anos. Inês trabalha a lã rusticamente, esfregando as fibras, dando vida e forma a ela. A feltragem é um trabalho lento, paciente e ritualista. Prática primitiva, onde memórias são resgatadas e ressignificadas. Seu trabalho é o resultado de um processo manual, produzido com respeito por cada etapa. As cores são obtidas através do uso de plantas e cascas de árvores da região. Inês tem um processo único que valoriza o uso de um material tão nobre como a lã. O desenvolvimento de uma poética ligada a tempos remotos, onde o tempo passa devagar. O tempo está relacionado a cada etapa dos ciclos da natureza. A artista contribui para um estilo de vida em coerência com este novo tempo, produzindo perene em vez do descarte, e em seu processo, a lã fala. Ela é a protagonista. A Maria, por Mayumi Ito, conectando pessoas através de retalhos. Agora, vamos para Muzambinho, uma região de Minas Gerais que foi produtora de algodão e café no passado, onde viveu seu apogeu. O projeto A Maria, iniciado em 2003, com a artista Mayumi Ito, reúne um grupo de artesãs de Muzambinho trabalhando, criando juntos um novo modo de vida para os membros da comunidade, resgatando técnicas antigas e criando novas. Artesãos plantam, cardam, fiam, tingem e tecem, realizam todo o processo. Desde o início, Mayumi trabalhou com corantes naturais e tintura vegetal de fios e tecidos de algodão. O grupo utiliza o café e outros descartes da natureza, como folhas, frutos e cascas, também como matéria-prima para os tingimentos. O objetivo da equipe Maria nasceu através de habilidades herdadas e aprendidas do universo feminino, aprendendo pelas mãos habilidosas das avós, em um universo de cooperação, colaboração e troca de conhecimento e respeito a cada passo, onde todos se envolvem a partir de uma escala individual para a criação e produção do grupo. Essa é uma história de reuniões entre pessoas de várias faixas etárias ao redor do fazer têxtil, um projeto que colocou luz sobre o papel da produção colaborativa no Brasil. Renato Imbroise, o têxtil nas comunidades, um intercâmbio de culturas e fazeres entre Brasil e África. Renato realiza um trabalho há mais de 10 anos onde resgata práticas têxteis em comunidades africanas. Elas fazem tapetes tecendo com os dedos, utilizam restos de capulanas, que são tecidos tipicamente africanos e multicoloridos, usados por todos na comunidade. Utilizam como referência a imensa variedade dos trançados de seus cabelos em seus bordados. Desenham com agulhas. Tecidos de algodão cru são bordados com motivos criados a partir de suas memórias e cenas do cotidiano. Elas cantam enquanto trabalham. Ingressam em um espaço de troca coletiva, em uma possibilidade de ampliar conhecimentos. Materiais como fibras naturais e a palha estão presentes na construção de suas moradias. Os conhecimentos usados na construção se aplicam no uso da técnica da cestaria. As peças produzidas são uma forma de fortalecer o que fazem na comunidade em que vivem, seus valores e suas memórias. Um trabalho que cria conexões. A importância do que é feito, como é feito e com quem é feito, usando materiais regionais e trabalhando com questões da comunidade. O que é produzido mostra uma voz, um pertencimento e um valor. Trocas de conhecimento e reconhecimento de tantas semelhanças entre povos que possuem tantos vínculos, memórias materiais e imateriais, que se preservam ao longo do tempo. A valorização do fazer e a pluralidade do ser, conexões com pessoas, lugares, cheiros, sabores e saberes, memórias que constroem a identidade de um povo. Há bilhões de anos atrás não havia fronteiras entre os continentes. É a Pangeia. Tudo estava conectado. Nossas raízes nos conectam a uma camada mais profunda, convocando o subjetivo e trabalhando nossas emoções. Em nossas memórias mais profundas, sabemos que fronteiras não existem. O movimento de cada um afeta o outro. Fazemos parte. Obrigada.
Thank you so much, Renata Meirelles. Now it's time for a conversation with the artists. If you have some questions to put, please feel comfortable to do that. I remind you that we have some artists among us. We still have Magda Sobon. She presented the talk yesterday. Dorina is here also, Janice Jeffries and Inês Jorge, and also it's with us Magdalena Klasinska will going to present her talk in a few moments. There is any question? So, yes? Yes, let's be waiting for the micro.
Can I take this off? Thank you. Yes, well, I was really very moved by all the presentations. And I was particularly interested in the relationship with architecture and home. And I think what I observe is a rethinking of the kind of ethnography of tool making and place through reimagining it in an contemporary gallery environment. And I wonder if this is something you have observed, in other places or situations. I thought that was really interesting, that reimagining of the so-called ethnographic. And it comes through in the collective works, I think we've seen, which is to reimagine the type of old methods with new production to make different livelihoods. And those were the two things that struck me very strongly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janice, for your comment. Yes, there is a new significance of the space through the materials and also through the textile thoughts, I think. Anyone else want to make a comment or a question? So maybe if you have further questions for us, you can email to our Contextile email, and then we will try to answer to you. But right now, I would like to invite you to make a break. We will make a coffee break, and we will come back at 11:30. Hello, welcome to the second part of Textile Talks Contextile 2020. In this second part, we will have the presentations by the artists who have been here during the artistic residencies in Contextile. We will have Angelina Nogueira, Madalena Klesinska, Michel Laurent, Mylène Boisvert e Paulina Almeida. We will start with the presentation of Angelina Nogueira. Estão aqui as fotos. Thank you.
Esperem aí, fiquei presa. Hello, good morning. Cláudia, desculpa, preciso da tua ajuda aqui. Não estou a conseguir selecionar tudo, não sei porquê.
O que queres abrir? Uma?
Quero abrir todas e pôr em... Queria pôr mesmo. Ok, está aqui a apresentação. Sorry. Okay. So this is my work. It calls From Fiber. The name came from an expression that we have to refer to strong and resilient people. We used to say fiber people, and I use that name because it refers to the textile material, and I will work with these two concepts about people and stories, people's stories, and about the material, and on an experimental way. The work is an installation and an artistic book and it happens on a process divided on two main parts. The first part is a work with the community, where I talk with people and I ask to bring some textile objects for I work with. The second part was the practical work on studio, where I do all the practical work and all the experimental things. I started the first stage with some little interviews with the people, like informal interviews, and I asked for that objects and I heard that stories, because it's very important for me to know about what people say to decide it how the way I have to take on the second stage of the work. So I took that pieces and I tried to transform it into something new, doing some new compositions, and try to make it into a new narrative for fragmentation and for a transformation of scale and things like that. I used all materials discarded from local factories, the strings, the threads, and the fabrics. And it's very important for me to use that kind of materials. I used to do that in almost all the works that I have. And it's all about the concept too, because when I work with the stories and the old objects, it's like giving a new life to this. And also with the space, I feel the same. I feel that I was putting something into an empty space and giving some to that space. That's why I choose that kind of kitchen room. It's a room that has a part that reminds a lot a home, and that was very important for me too. During all the period of the work, of the practical work, I was doing my prints and paints and some draws, but at the same time I went to the room, to the exhibition room, to put it on space, to try it, to putting out again, and always trying things like that. Always recombinated all the images. I use it as techniques, mostly print, because for me it's very important the concept about the mark, to put some mark. And I'm very interested in the investigation about the material, about the textile material as a matrix, not only as a support, not only as a material or sculptural material, but also like a matrix, like we can do all with the fabrics. And it comes because of my last work, my last investigation, which called matter matrix support, and it reflects about all of this, and I put that concept on that work too. I made some matrix with the strings, based on the images that I took from the materials and the stories. And I have to say that the stories gave me not only the images that I put, that I worked with the photography, and in all the process I used various mediums, but also the stories I try to put it into a visual way, like taking some details, some visual details about that conversations, and I try to put into images. Okay, and with all of this, I think the most important it's to talk about the way that that kind of images came. It came sometimes a little disguised, and sometimes they are very strong. I try to combine these two concepts, the big fabrics, only with color and with texture, but sometimes we can see some little details. It's like when you are on the place, you are always finding something new. You can always see something different, even in the places that are not so usual to see. I try to do some kind of light box, and even on the back side of the light box, I have some details to see. And that's it. I tried to give the opportunity to have a lot of different readings about the work. And at the end, I think that even it became into something very different that it came at first. I think that sometimes we can see something that is very transversal of the idea of textile. And that's it, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Now, I would like to welcome Magdalena Klezinska from Poland, another artist who have been here with us about in a month, working on Convento dos Capuchos in an artistic residency.
Yes, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Magdalena Kleszyńska. I live in Poland, work in the University of the Arts in Poznań as a PhD assistant. As Claudia said, I was the one of few artists in the residency in the Capuchos, and I prepare 3 works during my residency. First, because I also prepared the presentation, so you will see it. But first, I wanted to highlight some information that I wanted you to focus on. So, Manfred Lurker said that we desperately want to enrich our world, that we, as a human, want to find out is there something else beyond our dimension, and of course, we want to find out how to get there. The main question that I put for this project were, so the first, I assume that everything is connected, that the past, the present, the future, but are there only these 3 aspects? So how about the different dimension, but not like the astral one, but more close to the hierophany, be between, be beyond, but still together. My project for the artistic residency is about the state, about 2 sides of the same moment, about the sacrum and the profanum time, but not only in the religion aspect. About, of course, the positive and the negative, as you saw maybe at the exhibition and you will see at the presentation. Also about the repetition, the emotion that we experience in everyday life that lead us to the other states of our memory. I have been studying the meaning of the proto-symbols in the different cultures, and I was touching the different micronets that were connected to my subject. It appeared that most of the elements, thoughts, symbols, and myths have, of course, more or less the same background, and the many of everyday elements that we have being used can be the item or the artifacts of the representation of hierophany. So, referring to this unnatural condition, during my residency, I focused on this topic, and during releasing my artworks, I got the inspiration from the museum collection in Guimarães, from the Alberto Sampio, from the Archaeological Museum, and of course from the space that I was working, so the Convento de Capuchos. So the place of the memory, which is the main subject and the reason to start thinking wider for me, it was not a specific place, was not one specific object that reminds us about some moment, event, or story, but it was a group of micronets, of micro-touch, and of micro-elements that when we combine them and connect them, we create a full picture of the area. So I have been focused on these little elements and create my own story by my own method, story about the place, about the Guimarães, about the pastime, about the sacrament profanum size. Of course, I had to focus only on a few aspects and picked only the few ways. It was impossible to work and connect them all together because of this short period of time. So I will just start showing you and telling about my first project that I done. So in this short enter that I made, I tried to describe the topic that I was working on for this residency. For the first artwork that I called Beyond, I made a series of sketches, documentation, mapping the items and the artworks that are connected to artifacts and elements from the museum collection. I wanted to get the inspiration from the forms, shapes, material, colors, and history background. The stories that are behind the museum items were good for the beginning, to start thinking about creating new objects that will be a transformation, will be the hybrids and the mutation from the original one. At the beginning, because of the situation with COVID-19, I was working at my home studio in Poland. The art director, Claudia Melo, was helping me to connect with a lot of people, managers, directors, museum staff, to get the digital photos, link and documents about the museum collection, museum items. After doing research for this project, the artifacts from the museum collection, I choose the textile and the fiber. Most of the artifacts, as you can see, this I have only few images about this. I choose only few images, were from 50 to 17th century. After that, I started to thinking how to transform and translate the historical items to move them from one size to another, from everyday life, everyday moments, and how they are connected to this sacral and profanum world. I was thinking about which kind of items are the most basic and casual and appear in two sides, two spheres. I stopped at the simple clothes, motif of shirts and dresses. I transformed them to the symbols made of the aluminum sheet. But I didn't want to repeat them directly, but referring them to the sign and diversity and attribute, make them as icons. So I made them flat slides as a positive and negative, that they completed each other. Now you can just see the prototype and that I make from the paper first. And the process stage of process working. Thank you, Claudia, for the photo, because I will not have the documentation. And this is what you can see, and of course this is what you can see at the exhibition. This is the final artworks. I also chosen from photos from the exhibition. Maybe I picked too much. Sorry. I just finish it. Okay, the second project, the next artwork that I create on this artistic residency, I called Hidden, and has been the combination of the thinking about the Convento de Capuchos in Guimarães and the confessional room and the old ceramics that are the fragments of the reconstructed pots that we can see in the Archaeologist Museum. Before I started to work, I put, of course, the question, and the question was, how many people in the Capuchos had told their stories in the confessional since 1662? How many secrets stay in this spot? How many of the most hidden mysteries have been confessed in this place? And if you can put the confessions in the vessels, how many of them will appear? In my artwork, which is, of course, part of the Beyond series, the main subject that I pick, I'm trying to provide the idea, the metaphoric way of the left secrets that are captured in the ceramic spots. The inspiration for these Caesar artifacts had been taken from the ancient ceramics, the fragments you can see on the photos, from the museum collection from the Archaeologist Museum Martin Sarmento in Guimarães, where you can see a lot of fragments of their ceramics that came from the 8th century before Christ, from the area of the city. The historical purpose for this ceramic vessel in the past in one profanum site was very simple and clear. They had been used as posts and pitches so as the main everyday life items, but on the sacrum sites, they have their mystery and more sacral purpose as an urn in funeral rites, where all the ashes and whole life stories and secrets were being hidden. And this is the place that I put my sisal pots in confessional's room in Capuchos. And the last project that I work on, I called Together at the Table. It had to appear as a group project when every artist in residency, so Angelina, Paulina, Patricia, Milen, Michelle, Julia, Barbara, and I would participate. The idea of the artwork was was a summary and short note of the meaning about the main subject, thematic concept, so the place of the memory. I invited the artists to the table and asked them to fill the plate with their own thoughts, association, ideas, that to make a dinner where we all told each other about our own interpretation of the topic. I prepared the tablecloths made from the cotton material, handmade dyed, with the 8 places, 8 bleaches circle space, one for each artist. My idea was that every artist will make a mark, fill the plates by their own thoughts. But because of we couldn't meet together, I thought that we could meet at the table by other means, correspondency. I collected the idea, projects, thoughts from the artists and embroidered it by my own, trying to be as close as the idea as I could be. So thank you. And from this place, of course, I want to also thank you for the opportunity to be in the residency in Guimarães. Thank you very much.
Because we are going to receive Michel Laurent from Quebec. We're now connecting with Canada. Hi, Michel.
How are you?
How are you?
Fine. You?
We are very well.
Yes, okay.
Thank you so much for being there for Contextile Talks. We are also very curious about your presentation.
Yeah, okay. So I will start my document, yes? With PowerPoint, okay. Okay, like, okay. So, it's okay? No? Okay. Okay, share screen. Share. Okay. That's it. So, okay. So for the presentation, I will close my camera and I will go back at the end, okay? Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Michel Laurent and I live in Quebec in a village named St. Louis, a village located on the south side of the St. Lawrence River. I was invited by the Biennale Internationale du Lin de Portneuf to participate in this artist residency at Contextile. I will begin with a few words about my practice. Next, I will show you some of the works I've made over the past few years, including the one presented at the Bill in 2078. I will then talk about my residency experience and my project at Contextile before finishing by reading a short text about textile and camps. La Surface des Jours is an installation made with clock boxes and large reflective surfaces, such as the windows of office buildings. My work is linked to the practice of drawing, installation, and video, and it reflects time and it is organized according to the space in which it evolves. It focuses on the form of inhabiting, ways of perceiving vernacular architecture, or imagining built spaces. I am interested in the double, the memory of places, and the territories that are being transformed. Depending on the projects, I vary strategies, visual practices, and materials by developing, if necessary, tools in situ, by having everything that is available on the site and can be used. The Cistern is a video installation that relates the dismantling of a water tank as a phenomenon of frenetic urbanization. I have presented my video near the location where was the water tank in an historic vegetables vault, also threatened by demolition. I am looking for places and architectures that are sensitive to the folds of time and space. Through my installations, I solicit collective memories and objects that have disappeared or failed in the public space. I have always been very attentive to the way in which the works are set up in a specific place. My work has evolved towards the practice of installation by multiplying the types of supports and in situ interventions. My practice is nourished by notions of territory, place, duration, and trace. For the bill, I created an installation with video that presents the daily path that we take every day that we don't really notice anymore. They are drawings in space that define us as an imprint on or a way of expressing ourselves. I use the tricotin, which is a child's toy, to trace the path with linen thread. When the Bild invited me to take part of the Biennale, Contextile, I wanted to take up the technique of tricotin and pursue this idea of invisible traces that we draw in space. My project for Contextile is named Peregrinations. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, I could not make it to Guimarães. So the residency in Portugal was transposed here in my studio in St. Louis. At the beginning, I focused on the value of work and the energy expenditure put into image by the distant travel between home and workplace. Over time, I rather thought about the value of work in the sense of an energy dedicated to something or someone appreciated, with the idea of caring. And I opted for journeys that really matter to the person who does it. I asked the other artists in residence and friends who lived in Quebec and in Guimarães to draw me a meaningful route for them, with a few images and a brief presentation. I then reproduced these routes on recycled tarpaulins put into the shape of a house. I used the tricotin to trace the routes and transpose the proposal onto tarpaulins now installed on the outside wall of the chapelle of the Convento das Capuchas. I am very sensitive to the material used to support work. While searching online, I came across a tent, an old cotton tent. On the tent, you can see the marked wood and the inscription "Made in Canada." It gave me the idea of reproducing a forest inside the tent, still using the tricotin, in the colors of the boreal forest. The tent is set up in a room inside the convento with windows overlooking the outside wall of the chapelle with the other suspended tarpaulins. Here in progress in my studio, it holds suspended by ropes and occupies the width of the room. A large green tarpaulin comes with the tent. It belonged to my father who repaired it many, many times. It is dark green, all patched, and represents a territory in itself. For me, it's a place of memory. In the upper part of the tarpaulin, I have drawn the two paths that I make every week in the forest that surrounds me where I live. To find my exhibition space, I went through the photos Claudia sent us of the Convento das Capuchas. It's not easy to do things from distance, but Claudia's response was always quick and efficient. It helped a lot. I like the idea of weaving that we can transpose into the bonds that unite us. That's why I added a travel bag filled with tricotin made on both sides of the Atlantic to my installation. And I take this opportunity to thank all those who participate in Guimarães in making tricotin to fill my travel bag. It's a way of getting together, even if we didn't have the chance to really rub shoulders during the residency. I like the idea of coming together despite some form of anonymity. I find it a part of the value of the work. It's an effort that leads to a totally free gesture. Once my peregrination project was finished, I came across a text by Tim Ingold, a British social anthropologist who relates in his book Marcher avec les dragons, the work and thought of Wilhelm Plasser, Czech philosopher. In his book, translated in French from German, Petite Philosophie du Design, he expresses the essence of my project around the tent and the path traced on the tarpaulins hanging on the outside wall of the chapelle. This text is about the tent and the weaving material it is made of. Plasser distinguishes between two types of walls, the generally woven wind wall and the solid wall built with from every material. For him, this difference corresponds to the difference between a tent and a house. Schlosser argues that within the enclosure formed by the four solid walls of the house, that things become property. This property is bounded by walls. The tent, on the other hand, is an aerodynamic structure that would probably fly away if it was not fixed, tied, or anchored to the ground. Its canvas walls are primarily designed to withstand the wind. As a place sheltered from the wind, or even in a turbulent environment, the tent is like a nest in a tree, a place where men, women, and experiences gather, intermingle, and disperse in a way that resembles precisely the processing of fibers in the manufacture of the material from which the tent's canvas walls are made. In fact, the very word canvas suggests to Schlosser a textile that is open to all experiences, open to the wind, to the spirit, and that stores them. The house, built on solid ground, is to the tent offered to the wind, what the confinement of our possession to the shelter of the world is to the weaving of the path of life in the world. The tent fabric that swells in the wind collects experience, milks it, and emits it, and it is because of this that the tent is a creative nest, writes Schlosser, relates Steaming Gold, and feeds him. In closing, I would like to thank the artists in residence, Angelina, Magdalena, Milen, the video artists Odile and Denis, and Marta and her family from Guimarães for their collaboration in relating their roots. Thank you. And to Dominique Roy from The Build, and Claudia and Contextile for making me live this unique experience in the close distance of our respective universe. Thank you very much.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Milen. Welcome to Textile Talks.
Thank you.
We are waiting for your presentation.
Perfect. Oops. Does it work? Yes. Okay, so I start. So first of all, I am very happy that we decided to do this artistic residency at a distance in a period of uncertainty where several events were cancelled. And I have learned a lot from this experience, and I am rich of the encounters I have made with you and also those I have made in my community through this project. And even though I have worked far away from you, I have been delighted by the efficiency of each of the interventions we have made. When we first met on Zoom, Claudia told us that you would be our eyes and hands in Guimarães to accompany us with our project, and had no doubt about it. Each virtual meeting and document shared by emails has greatly nourished my practice for the realization of the work, and I thank you for that. So I will present the process of the realization of the work in my studio in Montreal. And I wish I could have taken more time to discuss with you and the artist in residence during the materialization of the work. So this is a great opportunity to share some of the studio experience and my thoughts on the theme Places of Memory. So I started the work on June 10th, and on the picture you can see the materials with which I did my first explorations. In my practice, I work mainly with locally handmade linen paper that I transform into yarn. And with this yarn, I make works inspired by different aspects of the history of textiles. I often draw inspiration from techniques and structures to make personal interpretation through different projects. So the title of my work for Contextile is Tracing Places. And you can see the first sketches of it in my notebook on the table. So the artwork Tracing Places represents the topology of a garden next to which I lived during the 90s and early 2000s in Montreal. It was located in the backyard of this house, you can see on the picture, and my neighbor at the time was the owner. I lived on the ground floor and she lived on the floor above. And she and her husband had immigrated to Canada from Portugal in the late 50s, and they had renovated this house. And inside, I could see patterns and colors and details in the architectures that were reminiscent of their homeland. And in the garden, I enjoyed watching the many ferns from early spring to late fall before the snow came. So one day my neighbor Maria left to go live with her children. And then I left within a year after her departure. And following my departure, the new owners completely transformed the place. So I have only one picture of the front of the house and none of the garden as I knew it. So the topology in question is drawn from memory, and it represents the contours of the fern garden. So with this project, my intention is to overlay this topology on top of the floor of the Convento de Santo Antonio dos Capuchos. And when I saw the first images of the convent, I was seduced by its history and particularly by the transformation of the hospital that occupied it. I like the idea of moving the topology of the beloved garden and taking it to Guimarães to lay it on the floor of the old hospital. And in a way, it is a reminder of all those beloved places that no longer exist or are being transformed. So the memory of this garden drove me to create this piece, and it is also a tribute to Maria's garden. And a second concept I wanted to address is the significant place of botany in the history of textiles. Plants are often the patterns, fibers, dyes, the coatings, and sometimes even the tools we use. So as many of us, I am interested in the important relationship we have with plants through textiles. So for this project, it is the importance of the plant motifs and particularly the ferns that inspired me. And for this reason, I also wanted to learn more about the traditional embroidery of Guimarães and the botanical motifs that compose them. So when we learned that we were going to do the residency from a distance, it was very important for me to still be able to meet with the embroiderers from Guimarães. And I wanted to learn more about this traditional technique. And I also wanted them to be able to take part in the creation of the work from a distance. So my initial search was made easier by the documentation Claudia sent me by email. I enjoyed reading about the history of the technique and was inspired by some of the aspects of these embroideries. The first element that inspired me is the embroideries embedded in the small squares and also the red thread used for them. And I also like this image, the one on the right, of a blouse pattern, which I found had graphic similarities with the topology of the garden. So it is from these elements that I started the work. The square shape and the color red were the main guideline for the realization of the work. The first few days, I drew in red ink on handmade linen paper, patterns inspired by the ferns in my garden. I was fascinated by this red color used for the embroideries, and I would have liked to be able to contemplate it in person with the natural light of Guimarães and in the presence of the embroiderers. My references being seen on my computer screen and in a book only, I started to make up a study of threads, trying to get closer to the one used for the embroideries and without the help of references such as Pantone. And I like that idea, and trying to replicate this thread became an adventure in my summer. Sometimes my reds would move away from the real red to become pinks and oranges, or my reds would even become brownish, and then I would return it to trying to get closer to the real color. And so to imagine this red was also a metaphor to imagine the landscapes and the community of Guimarães. So we therefore organized 2 virtual meetings with the embroiderers, which were hosted by Claudia at the beginning of July. And in preparation for this first meeting, I prepared 2 documents to transmit to the embroiderers about the different possibilities to participate in the project. So the picture here is the second document. I suggested 3 ideas, leaving them the freedom to choose one or the other of the suggestions. And I was very happy that they agreed to participate in all of them. The first idea consisted in interpreting through embroidery some fern designs that I drew from my garden. The second was to share through writing an aspect of their passion for this traditional technique which they preserve and for which I would have liked to be in their presence to fully appreciate it. And the last one was to also draw a plant from their garden that I could also interpret. So while waiting for their creations, I worked on the production of linen paper yarn for the design of squares of different textures that I included in the work. I also applied red ink to these small paper laces. And concerning the inks that I chose to use for the piece, I have intentionally opted for those dedicated to calligraphy or writing letters. I like the idea of the correspondence started with the embroiderers and all the people involved in the project since the beginning of the pandemic. This medium was therefore of a great importance to me for this project. So a week later, we had our second meeting with the embroiderers and Claudia. The other artists in residence and myself were invited to an online workshop to learn this traditional technique. And I was also happy to learn more about the techniques and its history. So at the end of this virtual workshop, I had the surprise to see in front of my computer screen the 13 small embroideries made with the red thread, as well as the sketches and the sharing of stories about the embroidery of Guimarães. And I was speechless in front of the beautiful creation of Maria, Adelia, and Isabel, and I was already looking forward to seeing them again. So soon after, Claudia sent me all the documentation, and she took care of translating the text into English. So I had all the necessary elements to continue the construction of the work. I prepared a plan to be able to position each square. The squares identified by the letter B were reserved to be able to insert the embroideries of Maria, Adelia, and Isabel once the work would be in Guimarães. I also decided that the text and drawings that they made would be positioned in the circular part of the work so that they would be clearly visible and surrounded by whiteness. I transcribed the text that they gave me on both sides of a sheet of linen paper. At the bottom of this sheet, I wrote in French my acknowledgement for this sharing of textile know-how and for their participation in the work realized in response to Contextile 2020 for the theme Places of Memory and in the context of the pandemic. And then I cut out everything and then I turn it into yarn. And then I made those little squares. And here on this picture, you can see my interpretation of the sketches that I have reduced to fit into the squares. You can also see their placement in the artwork on the left. So for this layout, I wanted to make a link between the topology of the garden that I represent and the similarities with the blouse pattern that I saw in the book Bordado de Guimarães, especially in reference to the ornaments that are often positioned near the collar and therefore close to the heart. So on this picture, you can see a little bit of the process for the assemblage of the piece. And I used abaca paper thread for weaving the squares. So here you can see in the middle, you can see the placement of the text embedded in the thread and the squares, and also some of the steps of the assemblage of the work. So on this picture, these are the last days of the production, and throughout the work, I could see the squares one by one, and then the horizontal rows, and little by little, the final construction. So it was in the very last days that I unfolded the work to see it in its entirety. And I wanted to spend some time with the work before sending it to Guimarães. So I decided to take a few hours to make a small border with the abaca paper that I sometimes colored in red. And this last intervention allowed me to take a short step back and continue my reflection on the theme Places of Memory. And I remember what I learned in the workshop on traditional embroidery of Guimarães about the history of the pattern used. And I appreciated knowing that these embroideries of red threads represent the plants that were once contemplated in the places where the technique developed. And in a way, this is what we have done with this project. Maria, Adelia, Isabel, and I sort of took the time to contemplate and draw the plants in our gardens. And from this exercise, a correspondence based on textile know-how and creation took place. And then the work left my place. And when it arrived in the convent dos Capuchos, the embroideries were added to the space reserved for them. And I warmly thank Maria, Delia, and Isabel for their participation. And I also thank the Contextile team who finalized this last step of the making. This addition of the embroideries is for me the perfect conclusion to this participatory project realized at a distance. So I thank you. That's it. And I also thank the BILP, Biennale Internationale du Lin de Portneuf, and Dominique Roy and all the team.
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much, Claudia and Contextile, for having me here. It's a big honor to be back in my home city after 30 years of leaving this town with this very meaningful piece to me. It's in fact like it was a big challenge to be back on the hospital I was born. So the places of memory was very easily justified by being in residence literally the last years for hours and hours in this hospital room, making the WOMB, this piece that you will have the opportunity to visit, hopefully. I still don't have enough distance to see what this really meant to me, because it was a very transformative process. So I would start first with the idea of coming to the Contextile itself. My family has more than 100 years of tradition on textile, first handmade and then over generations
in the industry itself. My grandfather still has walls of his own factory of textile. There was the moat to come here. In between, with the situation with COVID, the situation changed, so we were proposed and challenged to also occupy other places, which was the case of the hospital in Convento dos Capuchos, where I was born in '78 as the first birth without pain in the city. So the doctors were a friend of my mother, and they decided also to try this, and also because she didn't want to have more pain. So, and with these elements and the challenge of Contextile and the curator Claudia, we had, with my colleagues together, the elements of memory, and diagnosis also, and I mean, these places was for me very, very unique, and I think I of course in my whole professional life I didn't have all this cosmic crochet, I would say, like cosmic weaving of circumstances that took me to this. So the piece is a self-ethnographic installation, and it's composed of many parts. First, this idea of the birth of my mother when she shared this to me. Second, also with my father, he tried to explain me how the first jet machine for textile that he brought to Guimarães was working. So he was very passionate about this. He went to Brussels, he studied it, he came back in the '60s, he implemented in Hortas textile factory this machine, so it's still like he speaks like if it was in the time. So the piece also has the recordings of my father passionately explaining, here you can do it, even you can see it, he even made it with a chorizo, that it was what he could grab in that moment. So that his description on the interviews are very, very passionate, so you can really even see the machine. So I had this idea of machine, and then the birth, and the isolation, because also in a certain point Claudia was mentioning, okay, we had this isolation, so this is something that it's important also to bring it in some way, like everyone in residence also experienced and also brought in. So so it started also with this idea, okay, we are in the womb belly for 280 days in isolation before we come back, or we come out to life. So this was the part important part, like to start, and also what was this birth, and what did it mean, and what is for me coming back to the place I was born, and how I fit the machine of my dad into all this process. So okay, let's try to build a womb, and this womb, coincidentally, because this aspect of the residence and the piece itself, it came with a lot of coincidences and overwhelming points. I just heritage a roll of weaved textile, linen textile from my grandmother. So around 18, we calculated with my grandmother, that is now 90 years old, and she said, it's your time to carry this roll. So a few months ago, she gave me this and told me, take care, and you are not supposed to cut it. Which I discovered afterwards that my mom cut it, I cut it, grandmother cut it, everybody cut it, a little bit of this roll over time, but it's kind of a secret. So I said, like, I cut it. Oh, you shouldn't have made it, but your grandmother made it. I made it myself also. So I had this partnership in crime of cutting this roll. So I got this role to build the shape. So it's very important in all this process to mention that we work together with an amazing, amazing team. Ron is still here sitting after this night. We still spend in the hospital fixing it and adjusting it. It's been like an amazing, amazing team. Bernardo is sleeping. He worked with the robot that is now living inside of the womb. And yeah, we worked also with Ivo, a Polish architect that also helped in the developing shape. So it was online also work, and also sound-wise, I was going also to fetch and catch my colleague Francisca Gonçalves that was working on the sound of sea. And with this, like, we also recorded the sound of the sea that is inside of the womb. We recorded on the with hydrophones. And then my mother and my father, that's actually divorced, but I managed to bring them together inside of this womb in a dialogue, which was also very meaningful for me. And also technically inside of the womb, there's a lot of sticks with connections that were 3D printing, and there's all this complex side that my colleagues also support. And also for me, the challenge, I have one shot to cut this tissue. If I don't do it in one shot, I cannot do it anymore. So there was a lot of tension on like how to cut and where to cut, and there was this only one possibility. So inside then Bernardo developed two robot arms that would give the impression that somebody's touching on the womb, so it's pressing like babies do. And then it has an inner structure that was built mainly by Ron Rosmalen, that has this all connections one by one, and it had to fit, and this was our big and the most complex part of the whole project, was how to bring this robot together with this very organic, old, more than 100 years tissue that is very organic, and it has its own structure with all these precise movements and this technology. This was the big challenge of this project that took us literally in the operation room 10 to 15 hours of work every day. We sometimes even sleep there, and we were having this impression we were in this chirurgy, and some elements of all this story I didn't know. But when my mother came to the open, she told me before entering, she said like, you know, I didn't tell you this part, but they had to put me some metal things on my vagina to hold it. And I was really like very impressed, because I didn't know that, but I used, as you can see up, some metal parts that I thought like it's a little bit aggressive, but in this, also this, in a way, it's part of it, and it was part of the whole process of giving and delivering this. And I end up to cross a phrase from Shakespeare in the end, where we were still preparing after the opening and arranging and changing, and the piece itself, it's still alive. We spent a lot of time, of course, but also colleagues passing by, and it's still changing. Just last night I discovered it has a red light and it becomes a kind of heart, so I didn't know that part. And yeah, and this morning was still sunrise with a piece inside of the hospital, and I hope it's still alive and it continues alive for the next months. And thank you so much, everyone, to help and to build also this possibility for a lot of people. It makes a lot of difference, and it's a big transformation for some people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paulina, to share with us your so personal project and amazing project. We will have the chance to experience it this afternoon with the guided visit. So now it is, I will put the things on you. You have been here today. Welcome, Joaquim, the director of the biennial. You have been these 2 days with us, and I will ask you if you want to make some comments or to ask some questions.
My name is Beatrice Sterk, and I have a question to Magdalena. I was very impressed with her presentation, also by the others, but especially with her because I have seen it, but I didn't know that she had 3 presentations, and I found it so wonderful that they are so different, each of them. And then she said in the beginning, she was looking at the space future, present, and past, and still another one. Was that a spiritual one?
Thank you. So the whole project that I made for the residency that became from the 3 parts of the artwork is named Beyond. And I was thinking about the space that sometimes we are between the sacral and the profanum time, but not only in the religious aspect, but also by the everyday time life that we have sometimes the special moments, special memories, special, I don't know, identity of some kind of object, some kind of situation. And all 3 art pieces that I made was and are about this kind of special time and special place. So yes.
I could feel it.
Thank you.
Yes, I was wondering about the role of technology here. Fantastic you were working with robots in the sense of the robotic arm, because that was very striking with the material. But really it's a question about the future of the idea of residences, because those that were making the work afar in their place in Quebec and Montreal, for example, I wonder if that's also another kind of future that people, because it relies on a fantastic team, whether it's always necessary to be in place physically, or whether this idea of the remote to provide the process then releases ideas in a different way for then the transportation of work or not. It's a very interesting question when there's so much concern about regeneration of place and cultural tourism, that the paradox is the Biennale, seems to have found a fantastic way of using technology to be remote and near at the same time. So I wonder if that's the future in some way. Did that make sense to you?
I don't know. Thank you thank you for your comment. Actually, I don't know to answer.
You don't have to answer.
We must reflect a lot, but actually this is a new thing for us, and I think we create here something new through this methodology. When we, in March, when we start working with the artists, and we know that it will be impossible to have all the artists here, we must recreate our methods of work and methods of thinking also. And it was really true that somehow we were the eyes, the heart, and the hands of the artists who can't come. because actually it could be a nonsense to work in a site-specific artwork without being on site. But I think through this mediation, technology mediation, and also with a lot of conversations, lot of sharing processes, not only from me, but also we asked all the community artists that were in residency to share their feelings, the more sensitive parts of the perception of the space with the artists which can come. Yes, I think we must think what happened here, and maybe we are making future.
There is another point, I think, which to add, is that the role of archives and collections can gain a greater significance because it gives a different kind of emphasis. You can't visit, but the research you did and with the people making the historic embroideries, there's a different kind of inclusivity in that process, which might otherwise not be so revealed. And for example, we can't go into the museum archive. It's not on a website, maybe it is, I'm sorry, I don't know, but it means it travels in a different way across time and space, which I think is another reflective point about bringing that into the open, which is very, very interesting.
Yes, a lot of new significances. Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, more questions?
Yes.
I just want to make a comment about this also, because I was also at the beginning of the residency working with the archive and the PDF documentation and a lot of files that you sent me, and you connected me with a lot of people from the museum collections that they are managed. But I think that when I come here and I went there to the museum and see the collection, there's something different that you can smell, can see the details, you cannot touch it, but you can see like be closer to these items. So I hope that the digital residency will be like the second stage of because I think that it's very important to be at the place, see, smell, like just absorb some kind of situation. So, yeah, thank you.
Sorry, it's only for continue this a little bit, that Magdalena now gives exactly the sense that you are fight for this Biennale and all, because it makes part of our ADN, that presential, okay, virtual you can see, only for say that after today we have, if you go in our website, contextile.pt, you can connect virtual visiting the different exhibitions. But it's the challenge to us, because a lot of artists, for respect in first, a lot of artists couldn't come. But you know, a lot, really a lot, compared, for example, to the last edition, and a lot won't comes, and also for the residency for work, really. And okay, we give this opportunity to visit the best possible in video, in photos, all exhibitions. But Magdalena, you give the sense of this. Presential, to feel. You can see only, but if you smell, or sometimes you can touch, but the energy is coming also of the thing. So our fight also in this textile talk, but it was more easy, really, to make in virtual way. But that combining presential and virtual. But sure, we are learning a lot in new methodology, so it's fantastic, it's a good experience, but sure that we return or you don't leave the presential in creation, in visiting, in the talking, because it's the essence of our life and our Biennale.
Yes, I wasn't really suggesting it was either or, but more thinking about how many other people you may have now contacted, made contact with through the virtual dissemination, who, yes, may really want to come and have that experience, but maybe they can't afford to travel, or they've come from somewhere where the flights in the future are going to be so expensive it may not be possible. So it might be both. It might have to shift according to economic circumstances. But I'm not suggesting it's one or the other.
Yes, of course. I think we are doing an in-between here. Do you have any more questions?
So just to add something to this very interesting conversation and to the topic that we are discussing now, I was thinking about Milene's presentation and that perhaps she would not have been able to think about her home, where she was staying, where she was perhaps confined, and insert that kind of topic into this work at the distance. So it's really interesting to think about that these are limiting times and that we have these limitations, but we can perhaps achieve this in between. It's really, really interesting.
So maybe we can have a topic for the next Contextile. Do you want to say something else? So, we have on our schedule, this is my timer. We have in our schedule a topic that is Textile Talk Conclusions. It is very hard to do conclusions at this time because we spend here more or less 2 days talking, seeing, reflecting, absorbing all these shares and process and methodologies and artworks from a lot of artists. As you can see, I have a lot of notes in my table. I'm not able to do the best conclusion because it needs reflection. But maybe I can make a summary of what we talked in these past 2 days. We talked about time and places. We talked about past and future of textiles. We talked about inside, outside landscapes. We talked about materiality and substance in chaos and order, in body and embodied and mind subjects, in public and private landscapes and space, the biennial itself as a topic of research. We talked also about place identity through textiles. We perceived a bit more of contemporary art through textiles. We talked about material as a potence or a power and container space. We also reflect on power source of the handmade. We talked about rescue and resignified memories, and also about communities and collaboration. We talked about textile as a matrix, as a builder of structures and space. We talked about sacrum profanum duality. We resignify the story, or we try to talk about the resignificance of the history and construct new through the tradition and history. We talked about paths and textile as visible traces of the territory. We talked about personal memory and collaboration and tradition. We talked about genesis and the origin of existence. We talked about textile as a power. I will think a lot about this, and maybe I can talk a bit more after. But I want to close my intervention in this biennial and in these textile talks, saying that I feel very emotional. Through reflective practice about a place and textile art, or the resignification of a territory, considering and or removing to peers, it was possible to give way to new discourses, appropriating the memory, inhabiting the unhabited, common or individual, the inane become alive. Thank you so much for all the artists, and thank you so much to all the team of Contextile. It was really a pleasure. I'm enriched with this edition. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you, Claudia. This edition, it was really, you are really fantastic. All the team, because, you know, it was not easy. And of course, you all are here. The others that couldn't come in presential way, but we know that they are some in a live or in some moments. And, well, we thank you again. We learn a lot with you, and the others are not here. And so, welcome to Guimarães, welcome to next edition. The people who live Guimarães in the next hours or days. And I can't say anymore. You say all. It was fantastic. You are here, and see you next time. See you. Only that 3 o'clock.
Yes, we are going to take a break for lunch, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. For a guided visit to the exhibitions. The meeting point will be in Convento dos Capuchos. We will start to visit the residencies resulting artworks, and also Stephen Schofield exhibition. Then we will move to Palácio Vila Flor to see the international exhibition. Don't forget, 3 p.m. in Convento dos Capuchos. There is a restriction of entrances because we can do the visit with 10 visitors at a time. So if there are more visitors, we will split it in 2 groups, and we'll make 2 visits, okay? Thank you so much for your presence.